180p definition. You guys doesn't normally ask me that. Well, hello and welcome everybody. As always, is it 8 minutes? 8 minutes late today. 9 minutes. Sorry, the fashionable late time has been increased to 8 or 9 minutes. I'm so sorry. Everybody was here waiting on me. We shall crank straight into it. We've got a fascinating discussion today. It's manufactured eclipses for an introduction. But the greater conversation is going to be around the mechanics of control, PSYOPs, counterintelligence, and indoctrination. 3 very intense topics that is very much a part of the spiritual field. The New Age movement, many of the religious organizations. We're going to have a field day discussing this today. I've got a wonderful team here with me to start. I've got dear brother Aaron. I don't know if you guys missed his one-on-one. It was amazing. Go and check it out. It's in the Bush Whisperer. It's right on the front page. If you click on it, it'll be the first thing that you see. Just click on on my thing, and the first thing you'll go will be there. Speaking of which, I've sent you, Aaron, I've sent you some of the footage, the HD footage of yourself. The other one, my computer's busy clipping into half. The other computer. So yeah, and speaking of which, Cosmic, you and I are going to have a date sometime. You must let me know when.
Oh,
I hope so. Like a StreamYard date, like let's talk occult date. I'd love to showcase what you're doing.
I know.
Yeah. So before I get run away with my mouth, let's introduce everybody here. I'm the Bush Whisperer. I'm a local shaman here in Cape Town. We've got dear brother Aaron. I'm going to go around clockwise around the screen. Aaron is inspired by Rosicrucian and various different Western occult therapeutics, but also, stuck his finger into all sorts of things, inspired shamanically. And he's doing a series of imagination exercises on his YouTube. Go and check them out. They are worth checking out. He's got some lovely content. It's growing. He's only been doing it. He hasn't been doing it so very long. So the content is massing up, but it's massing up fast. And there's some lovely exercises to enjoy. He's a very down-to-earth, articulate, and beautiful brother. We've also got dear Cosmic here, Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic Prankster. He's not as much of a prankster as his name suggests. He's quite down-to-earth and quite serious.
Context. If I'm around somebody who I disagree, I can be quite mischievous.
I've noticed that on Telegram. Yeah, you got that subtle sense of humor. Anyway, Cosmic's a lovely brother. He's been with us for a long time. He's working on channeling an entire system of occult workings and cosmology and therapeutics, essentially philosophy that goes with it. And he's been working with the Fae for a long time, channeling painstakingly, piece by piece of the puzzle, putting the puzzle together. So he definitely got some content worth looking at. I'm sure he's going to get his YouTube up and running sooner or later. We're rooting for you, Cosmic, to see you on the YouTube. Anyway, enough of me. That's Cosmic, dear brother. And Aaron, we got a couple more people going to be coming later on during the show. But to start off, I'd love to give you each a chance to say some words. Aaron, if you could start.
Hello, everyone. This is a great topic today, and one that's pretty well aligned with a lot of the work that I do. And I've been kind of trying to address over the past few years that we kind of live in an age now where we're really engaged in this larger battle of a psychological and spiritual type of battleground. And how do we begin to start to perceive these things and be able to protect our own mental and spiritual energy field and be able to rise against some of these things and move around and navigate the world as we engage in a psychological type forces that are upon us. And I kind of view it also that we're facing this advanced technology, and it's almost like the Native Americans have their bows and arrows, and they're going to warfare against this foreign power that's coming in with gunpowder and all this advanced tech, and how do we start to combat some of that? And so working with the imagination, I think, is really important for us to be able to strengthen those exercises of the imagination and the mind, and ensure that we can protect ourselves and our loved ones and navigate this new battleground that we're all facing. And I had a great time with our interview this week. So if those of you who were able to check it out and I caught you in the live chat, much appreciated for the support.
Yeah, I'm kind of going to see where I'm going to go with this particular topic here. I'm just going to do a little aside that's sort of tangentially related to the topic at hand. One of the things about my practice and what I do is I find ways to sort of free my imagination so that there's no real blocks or boundaries, and that I can just kind of basically go as deep as I can into the mysterious and the unknown. And I think that's why I've always been fascinated with cults, because I feel like cults and just basically religions in general can have a sort of a limiting factor on one's imagination and how far they're able to. So I think of the imagination, or just when you daydream, is like, it's like a fishing pole. The more you're imaginative, the more you can cast out the line into the astral. And the way I see it is that if you have a belief system, it's kind of like you're sort of pulled backwards, so you can't cast your net out as far. There might be a wall that blocks that. And so it's all about, understanding the sort of the mechanics of the universe, and like how belief systems sort of create these kind of psychic boundaries. Essentially it's kind of like, I think of it like the Sound Hotel California. It's like you can always, check in, but you can never check out. It's that kind of, dynamic. So I'll have to see where the conversation goes. It's probably a little bit new to me. I'm not like the biggest conspiracy guy, but we'll see where we go from here.
I heard recently, because I like kind of going into these different theories and talking with people that are ex-military, or they have some experience in navigating psychological type warfare. And especially now with the advanced technology, and we're told, hey, we've got this artificial intelligence that came online, and we can, I don't know if you all can notice, but it seems like the algorithms for social media and searches have really shifted in the last couple of years. And he was explaining that based on our words, he can kind of create this word cloud of all of the different words and searches and things that we speak. And you can assign numbers to that. And you can basically start to create a profile of somebody's entire belief system and thoughts based off of words and assigning a number to it. And then you can map this out and then start to see who's in the same clusters as other people, and who are the people that are floating between and influencing these different spaces. And so I think that aligns well with what you were saying. Well, hey, if you're stuck in a cult type environment or a word thought cloud, well, then you won't be able to leave, and you won't be able to come out of it. And then the AI and the algorithm is going to try to keep you suppressed in there, because then you're going to be in a form that's easily movable. But if we have more imagination and we're willing to go against some of those forces and boundaries, we can hop between the different clouds and then start to perceive what is this entire structure. And then we're not playing in just the AI algorithm game. And so just wanted to put that out there as an important visual as we get started.
That's a really interesting point. I think it's going to be a big part of the discussion, because let's face it, social media has become a bit of a cult in its own sense, the cult of social media, if we really want to get right down to it. And there are cults within the cult. It's a directory of cults, effectively, groups, social networks, and the way in which there are so many bots controlling a lot of the space. It's quite scary these days. Welcome to everybody that's in the chat. Lovely to have you here. We've got Mexico. Welcome, Mexico. Welcome to everybody else that hasn't spoken up yet. No rush, no stress. Anything you want to say, this is an open space. Any questions, any ideas, any feelings, any opinions, this is the place to share. But definitely, like both of you have said, the imagination, I think, is the key, because let's face it, the war that we're fighting is happening in the imagination, largely. The whole idea of knowledge, I've often contemplated what knowledge is. And when I contemplate knowledge, to me, knowledge seems like an act of imagination. One imagines to know, and then one knows if one's imagination is intact, which is an interesting concept. It sort of causes us to consider the magical nature of knowledge, the magical transcendent nature of knowledge, how knowledge is not a belief structure, but based on experience, based on what we've seen, touched, experienced in our lives, and how we can equate our experience to become an informative expose of our experience that we can take within ourselves, which we call intuition. I think intuition is a word that's not always used in context. It's used in certain aspects of intuition, is accentuated, and we consider intuition to be that, as if it's the whole of the story. But when I think of intuition, I think of tuition that comes from inside. I know it might sound simplistic, but I think simplistic ideas is the way a child's mind works, and the child's mind is really what engages profoundly well with the imagination. So shamanism is very much based on bringing the childlike mind into play. So we're going to have quite a roundabout hustle and a tuffle and a tussle and a puzzle across these topics. I thought to start off with something that just blew my melon pip right open. I only discovered it 2 days ago, and I was like, gag, choke, goggle, ha ha ha, breathe, pant. It just kept going on, and I was shaking my head, and I just couldn't shake it out of my head. So I started having a discussion. Aaron jumped on top of it and did a bit of research into the company and came up with some very interesting points, like money. Money is always important. So it says in the beginning of this, manufactured eclipses. Wow. It's such a far-fetched concept that you've got to stop and goggle and gag and, wheeze and all of those things in order to even imagine such a thing. But what do you do when you find a company that has got $7 billion riding on its books? And this is exactly what it claims to be doing. And it has mission statements that it's built these devices, 2 of them, one named Occult. And the Occult is the interesting one, because the Occult is the one that has these big fans that open up. And the whole purpose of the Occult, which is one of the spaceships that have been invented for this purpose, is basically to create a man-made eclipse of the sun, which it just doesn't seem realistic. I was talking to my mom about it today. She was like, but how does one even do that? I was like, yeah. Can you imagine the amount of money you have to spend to do something like that? Well, apparently they've spent $7 billion big. I'm sure that's not all that they do, but I think we can start by looking at this company. So firstly, let's just get to the company for a moment. Let's look at them. Let's put them under the spotlight, because this almost seems too much to be real, too much to be true. So we're going to go to the official website of the company, and we're going to take a look at what they say. And while we're there, I'm going to try and zoom in for you guys so you can get a better view. Only accept essential cookies. So this is the European Space Agency. Okay. Are we on the right website? ESA.int International. Yep. So we are on the official website. Let's just click there to be sure. ESA home. Yep. This is the European ESA.int. .international. So we are indeed on the correct website. This isn't some clever idea of some conspiracy theorist joke. And here we go. ESA's Solar Eclipse Maker, Proba 3. Okay, so the first thing that catches my mind is that this is the third attempt. So they've been doing this a while. Solar Eclipse Maker. You think to yourself, is that some kind of clever wording? So you read further on and you go down. And they tell us about how hundreds of millions of people will witness the next week's total solar eclipse across North America, and solar physicists from around the globe are flocking to join them. Eclipses offer a brief glimpse of the sun's ghostly surrounding atmosphere, the solar corona, normally kept invisible by the sun's sheer glare, but the corona will soon be opened up to more sustained study. Today in Belgium, ESA has unveiled a pair of spacecraft making up its new Proba 3, planned to produce orbital solar eclipse events on demand. Wow. Digest that. So, just the fact that there's a company that's spending a lot of money, and I'm sure the European Space Agency is effectively a company. It's probably registered as a corporation, but it involves many states that are investing into it. Probably taxpayers' monies are paying for this. So if you're European, you might have something to say about this. Is like, the price of gas is going up, but this is where the money goes. $7 billion worth. It's a fairly large bag of money. $7 billion would make quite a considerable difference to the price of gas, the price of fuel, the price of food where you live, which is becoming more of a concern for most people. So Proba 3's Occult spacecraft will fly around 150 meters away from the second coronagraph spacecraft, shown in media today at the Redwire Space Facility in Kruijbeke, Belgium. I think Kruijbeke, I hope it's the right pronunciation. It sounds right. Krui means herbs. Beke must mean a cup, a glass of herbs. Herbs in a jar, herbs in a glass. I don't know. I'm not, like, my Belgium isn't up to scratch. So anyway, where they are undergoing pre-flight testing. Now, this article was done a while before. Now, the two spacecraft will act as if they are one enormous 150-meter-long instrument, explains Dietmar Pils. Now, he's the ESA Director of Technology, Engineering, and Quality. So one imagines that if anybody in this company knows what's going on, it's him. So you can pretty much take this as the horse's mouth. This development process has been correspondingly long, undertaken by a consortium of smaller ESA member states led by Spain and Belgium. Interesting that Spain and Belgium are leading the rush. So I'm very pleased to see Proba 3 here today. Now, what really catches me here is they say that this was attempted by Apollo-Soyuz test project in 1975. But the aim with Proba 3 is to produce these artificial eclipses routinely through precise formation flying for up to 6 hours at a time. Isn't that quite mind-bending? So anyway, here they're showing us how this looks. We've got these huge screens that they carry on, these big wings that unfold in order to create a model of the sun. I'm sure there's all sorts of interesting optics and, mirrors and all sorts of things being employed to create the facade of the moon. That's probably what the second one does. One can only imagine. So anyway, we've got this company that claims that they're making. Now, what gets really interesting here is that they actually did a launch. Yes, they did a launch on the 8th. They launched just a little while before the actual event of the Great Solar Eclipse. Now, as the mission says to us, these two spaceships were built to do what they say they're built to do. Later on, they say they're just up there to collect information. Okay, maybe they're not lying. Maybe they were just launched on the 8th to collect information so that they can perfect creating solar eclipses in the future. But one imagines logically that if there was, and here you can see until now, that is by flying two spacecrafts in precise formation down to millimeter accuracy, Proba 3 main aspects, association, spatial, polarimetric, and imaging investigation of the corona of the sun. So this is what they claim. They were doing imaging investigation. To me, it seems logical that if you want to do imaging investigation, you would actually develop a spacecraft that is specially developed, specialized for imaging and investigation. You wouldn't send up a spacecraft with all this extra paraphernalia, which is able to actually create an artificial eclipse just to get some imaging investigation done. Any spacecraft could have done that with the correct telescopic devices mounted onto it. So it seems like it's a bit excessive. It's sort of like, taking a truck so that you can go down the road and get a little bit of shopping. You wouldn't drive a truck to the shopping mall if you had a small vehicle you could use. It just doesn't make sense. So that to me is like, I wonder what they were really doing. But this opens up a fascinating conversation because, firstly, this is in concert with the weather engineering. So I'm going to throw it to you guys. I'd love you guys to start commenting, because this is, like, to me, mind-boggling. What on earth is going on here? Whoever wants to jump on first, please. Jump the cat.
What stood out to me was it mentions the occulter, and it's very much right in your face about the occult and casting a shadow to cover the sun, so the darkness covering the light. Also, the focus on the corona of the sun, where we had the coronavirus, COVID-19. So right away, there's these kind of anchors that, people have been traumatized over a number of years, and these are sitting in the subconscious. And then you've got this that's kind of using it as a hypnotic type anchor that's already bringing up about the feelings of fear and different experiences. Also, I just think the entire industry is interesting, that we have the NASA and all of these different space federations and whatnot, with so much money getting poured into it. When I looked into it, it did have that kind of direct budget of $7 billion. But then when I was looking further, so I used to actually work for the federal government in an internship, and I was part of business development. So I would actually create profiles on potential revenue streams, because as the federal government has less and less funding, well, they need to expand their organization's ability to generate revenue. And so they start collaborating with different companies and looking at academia and different areas to team up and bring in more money. And so on their site, it said that they have 9 billion euros of upstream revenue and 70 billion downstream. And so that means that they're connected with all of these different organizations, and combined, they have 230,000 jobs, which is just ridiculous. That's like, that's a good sized city. 230,000 jobs of influence, all kind of containing this idea about space, and they've got a belief system, and it's almost a mini cult or a culture of its own, with a focus on exploring space and also positioning for the upcoming digital economy and the green economy. So they've got linked markets connected with, like, the production of lithium ion batteries and solar panels, artificial intelligence, automation, weather manipulation. So you can kind of see it's almost like a organization of business where you've got partners in connected industries, and all of them are kind of teaming up to ensure that they create almost like a monopoly type environment and production of generational type wealth. So I try to look at it from like a business environment. It's almost like, hey, you get all your buddies in and make sure we create this narrative and ensure that everybody's going to get wealthy and kind of control things for a long period of time. And we position people in order to profit from it and provide the public with a story that helps shape the environment of what we want them to believe in order to create these artificial eclipses. And I also kind of look at human beings as I think we look towards the cosmos and these astrological events and to nature. They're the last frontier of what God has produced directly that is not manipulated by man. And I foresee in the future that they're going to attempt to shift and manipulate these aspects as well in order to gain kind of a total control type environment. And also, when I looked at the leadership of this company, right away they're connected with SpaceX and Elon Musk. So their director of space transportation is in a leadership role, or was at CERN. They're also connected with the Swiss government. And so you can just see it's this huge kind of club that's going on. I'll pass it to you, Cosmic.
We've got Indy here.
Yeah, let's introduce Brother Indy. You can see him chilling there. He's got his shirt on for a change. That's a first. I've never seen you with a shirt on before. You look different. I'd love to welcome dear Indy. Indy is our shadow worker extraordinaire and anthropologically inspired anthropologist, and into various different aspects of occult therapeutics and philosophy. Down to earth, grounded, beautiful thinker. But his main thing is that he works with people uncovering their shadows. And especially, we're going to break this down. He's also a decoder, of course. We're all decoders in our own sense, I would imagine. He also breaks things down into how we can face our inner darkness, our shadow, and how we can integrate it. And fear, let's not even joke about it. How much fear has been put out there about these eclipses? How much doom and gloom has been prophesied? Oh, it's the end of the world as you know it. Only without such happy buzz and without the happy vibes of, some good singing and music to go with it. People have been doing their nuts. So welcome, dear Indy. I don't know if your audio is good, if you can say a few words.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
We can, just about, if you speak clearly.
All right, I'll try to speak as clearly as possible. Pretty soon I'll be at the end of my voyage and I'll be able to get out of the vehicle. But it's so good to be here with you guys today. And as Franklin mentioned earlier, I work with shadow work and I help people integrate their shadow that has been suppressed or stuffed, emotions, emotional wounds from trauma, things of the sort are pushed back. And oftentimes when we're in a state of denial and we've got those aspects of ourselves that are being hidden away in our shadow, it's easier for us to point fingers at others and blame them for the problems of the world. But when one's ready to embark on a journey of self-mastery, it can behoove one to be able to start to look within and understand that it's our responsibility for our own self-mastery, and it's not our responsibility to change others. So it does us good to be able to harmonize and be able to not respond emotionally in ways that will be detrimental to us, but be able to express those emotions in constructive ways. So I like to use two methods. I use catharsis to be able to get out my negative emotions in constructive ways. For me, that's anger, and I like to chop wood, for example. Other ways, one is called the golden opportunity. When you feel triggered,
I don't know if he stopped talking or if... No, he's still talking. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't hear Indy. So
Indy, brother, your volume turned off. We can't hear a word you're saying. Okay, so obviously what's happened is he's moved between different towers. This happens when you're on a mobile and you're driving in a car. It's a pain in the butt. We can't hear you, by the way. His mic is unmuted, so Okay, so we've totally lost the audio. But what he's saying is some interesting stuff. Your audio is gone, by the way. I don't know if you can hear us. Maybe when you get home and you disconnect and you go back on, it will be back on track because your mic is unmuted. What he was saying is very relevant, though, I think, because catharsis. And there's a beautiful story, Aaron, that you were telling us about what happened with the dog. And I think it's relevant to fear, catharsis, to shadow. Cosmic, you were going to say something, or was I wrong?
No, I didn't have any thoughts at the moment.
Okay. I just thought maybe you wanted to add. That fear catharsis thing is seemingly to me what's being triggered. There we go.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry about the loss of audio. Did you guys hear anything I was saying?
Not the last 45 seconds. We heard everything up until the point that I was pointing at my ear.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah.
The last thing that we heard. Okay, it seems like he's driving around. He's on. We're not hearing you, huh? You're breaking up completely, your video and everything. Okay, so
self-love and allow it to pass.
Indy.
Sometimes we have these intrusive thoughts, and the nomination, it's bad. I'm not able to.
It's okay now, brother. It popped in, but you can pick up that thought when you get back. Okay, so where were we?
The dog attack.
Yeah. You were mentioning how the dog reacted to the eclipse, and
I'll
so
just
these
say it real briefly, just for those that weren't aware, that I walked to go watch the eclipse, and I passed by these dogs. So there was 3, like a German Shepherd, and then there was another house that had some dogs, and they were totally fine on the way that I was going there. But on the way back, I was carrying a wooden staff with me, and this was after the eclipse had finished. The dogs became very agitated, and one of them ended up where there wasn't a fence at all, and he came and ran and came out to attack me and was very upset. And it wasn't until I kind of resignated, oh, this dog's going to come and actually bite me, and I had a shift in my own energy where I became kind of fearful and protective. We're like, no, I need you to stay out of my energy field, or we're going to engage in battle. And then he retreated. So I just think that the shift in the cycle of the daylight being drained away causes the consciousness to break out of its usual 24-hour cycle and shift it enough to maybe kind of unearth a little bit of our shadow elements. And maybe that also happens with animals. So that's just a quick, brief summary.
Beautiful. Yeah. So what is this like effect that eclipses have? Now, I was looking up, Aaron did a bit of research, and he noticed that this company is involved in interferometry. It's a lovely word, isn't it? Interferometry. We're going to decode that word. We're going to have fun. That word is, for me, it's like they've really gone out of their way to pull us a lovely word to play with. But I looked up briefly at what it was, and it seems that light, when it's coming from the sun, it's obviously a toroid field, a toric field, right? We consider it to be polarized, but actually it's carrying both polarities on both ends, but one is expressed and one is not expressed effectively, which gives us the impression of polarity, polarized light. But the interferometry, from what I can gather, and if there are any scientists out there, please add to this, has got to do with splitting the path of the light coming towards yourself from the sun. So you've got these rays of light coming, and you're putting something in front of the light so that the light has to sort of bounce off and around the object, so that you're getting the periphery of the wavelength of light without the body of the wavelength of light. Now, this basically causes the light to break off into what we can consider as, like, coarsely worded, two streams rather than a single stream. So the streams will be from different directions effectively. And this interferometry is also fascinating in as much as that it's basically, they do this so that they can actually study the fields, the background interference. They want to study the resonant fields and the background interference. So there's always going to be lots of resonant fields happening, and the sun tends to dominate what's happening. So when the sun's being shielded from us, we get a moment to be able to look at the background field and look at it maybe more closely. And I think this is what interferometry has got to do with. But my brain started looking at this and going, this is quite interesting, because the brain is like a toric field, and it's a single toric field. So it's almost like you're taking one toric field and turning it into two toric fields on either side, right, of the device, obviously in a circle. So these two are repeating themselves. There seems to be a polarizing effect where you're seeing the either side of the spectrum. I'm sure that must cause a shifting effect on the retina of the eye because of the way in which it repolarizes the light, because of the object being in the center. You see, these two fields coming are going to react to each other because there's not the spectrum in between, if that makes sense, just from a logical perspective, without applying too much math or physics to it, just thinking with common sense. So if our eyes are going to respond to this, it should cause a polarization, separation of the brain hemispheres, the way in which the left and the right eyes perceiving this light. So it made me think, what could the use be? It made me consider what had happened in Desert Storm many years ago, where I believe acoustic technology was used to disturb brainwaves. So it made me wonder, what applications could there be for such technology to be studied in terms of building equipment and hardware, weaponizing, for example? Because obviously, where there's technology and there's many billions of dollars being spent, the bottom line is going to be, what can we do with it? And it's normally going to be, let's build weapons, because it seems to be what people want to do most of the time. It's the most productive financial enterprise that one can be involved in. So we're only going to get a very small piece of what they're doing expressed to us, because a lot of it would probably be covered by national security, I'm guessing. Potential has its possible use. So it made me think about how that could be used to create a polarity in our brains. And then I looked at the word. I started decoding the word, and I was like, interference. Okay, so fear is sort of the basis of the word. The whole world revolves around the word fear. How much fear has there been generated around the eclipses? And then Aaron mentioned that when they started, I believed the first mission was the 22nd of October, 2001. That's just a little bit before September 11th, which I found, okay, that's interesting in itself, the timing. But the numbers beg to be decoded. 10, 22, and 2001. I mean, when I started looking at these numbers, the 1022 seemed to be clear occult meaning, especially since the main craft is called Occult. We're talking about the 10 spheres of the Kabbalah, the 10 numerations of the Tarot, of the minor arcana sets, that there are 4 of these sets. So the numerations of the Kabbalah of Etzchim, the powers, are considered to be of 10 spheres. Then we've got the 22 interactions and relationships between these 10 spheres that we call the paths on the tree of life. And together they are the 32 paths, considered often as the 32 paths of life or paths of wisdom. So when we look at the 22 paths and the 10, we've got the full tree of life being built, both the macrocosmic and the microcosmic tree. 22 is also an interesting number because it breaks down to the 3 principles of mutable, fixed, and cardinal of astrology, the 7 planets, and the 12 houses, and how the 7 planets are moving through the 12 houses in those 3 principles, fixed, mutable, and cardinal. When we add that all up, we end up with 22. 22 is also how many sets of chromosomes we have operating in our bodies. If we don't talk about the 23rd set of chromosomes that the Anunnaki put in after initially making us. Initially, we had 22 sets of chromosomes because we already had 22 sets of chromosomes just the way they did. And we had a double helix tree just the way they did when they first arrived here. It's all documented very well in the Lost Book of Enki, which is like, we're going to be discussing that in 2 weeks. So hold on to your trousers. That is going to be a discussion I think is going to be exciting. I know Indy Sage is going to be bubbling at that. I'm sure we're all going to be bubbling at that. Oren's going to be excited. I'm sure Cosmic's going to have a field day with that because it's a fascinating story, the story of the Ballad of Enki, which is we're looking at 450,000 years of notated time. And they're very interesting how they chronologically present this. I think there's 13 sets of tablets. And in these 13 sets of tablets, it's all chronologically arranged. And they tell you specifically how much time has passed between each event. They say another 6,000 years later, this happened. 3,000 years later, this year. And another 6,000 years, another 3,000. So they're going in 3,600 years segments. So anyway, the 23rd set was added afterwards in order to give us an opportunity to procreate. So we originally had 22 sets of chromosomes, which is interesting, which is where all our information is kept. The 23rd set is just so that we can mate, male and female. That's all. So when we consider the numbers 10, 22, they're telling us a whole fascinating story. And when we look at the word itself seems to be really like jumping. Interferometry. So ometry, right? So omit. What can we omit? Because when we say the word omit, we're not saying omit, we're saying omit. When you actually how you say it, not how you spell it, because the spelling has been messed with, right? They've changed the spelling again and again. This is one of the reasons why I used to fight with my teachers when I was a little boy in school, because I had older English books and I used to say, you're not spelling the words right. And they used to say, no, you're not spelling it. I was saying, yes, I am. Look, here's my proof. Where's your proof? So it's interesting when you start to look at the coding of the words. And there's more that can be looked at with this particular word as well, because it seems that interferometry, so we've got the what can be omitted, what can be hidden, what can be left out of the truth, right? The last word is tree, right? Tree, that's interesting. The tree represents the human field of consciousness, the tree of life, that also represents the DNA, represents that aspect of ourselves through which we can extract knowledge and information from the nutrition of life, experience. And then we've got inter, and it seems to me that there's some powerful magic at work here. I'd love to throw that out to you guys. What do you guys think about the dates, the way this has all been? And you were mentioning that there's even more money. Is that right, Oren?
Yes. So I was mentioning that although it's directly funded with the 7 billion, the way that a lot of these organizations work is they're similar to kind of like a corporation where you've always got to be adding revenue and profits in order to please the stakeholders. And then also as you assemble employees and different programs and things that you're funding, well, there becomes a obligation to continue that with people and pressures. And so they start to create sub companies and different organizations and then have this very large downstream effect that is almost more important than the direct effect that it has. And with your decode on the words, I guess I just wonder, there's so much to capture in just the breakdown of the terminology and how the root words are related to all of these different emotional states. And I wonder how does it interact with the causal body or the emotional body and our intention behind the words? And is that almost more powerful from an occult standpoint, where it's creating a larger internal effect in the average human being than what it's actually doing maybe outside in space? Like, which one is coming first, or which one's impacting things more? And so from just maybe a magic or occult perspective, how would you break that down? Or if somebody else has comments on it.
Well, Cosmic, if you got anything to say, please feel free to jump in. I can see Indy's busy switching internets.
I'm trying
Yes,
to think
Cosmo.
of something to say. Well, can we? So what was your last line of thought? Sorry, I was kind of like zoning out there for a sec.
He was basically saying that the way that the words are arranged and the decoding of the words, right? Like fear being how much fear have we seen broadcasted through social networking about these eclipses? And that their mission statement is to create eclipses. And according to their right at the top, they want to be able to create them. What was the word? Let's get this right. Successfully achieving precise formation. No, where is it?
I mean, think about just symbolically, what an eclipse sort of represents. It's sort of an object sort of occluding light, occultism, occlude. It's to remain hidden. So I don't know. I guess I think also in terms of like masks in the pandemic, that we're kind of people are sort of eclipsing their faces, and there's all this stuff where there's all this secrecy, like the woke and hiding about what's going on with the textbooks and stuff. So I don't know. I think I'm not. I don't know. I didn't really put a lot of thought or stock into the eclipse. I just thought it was kind of cool. But I think it's an interesting symbol. If you look at it more at a symbolic level, how it sort of manifests itself, in our current culture and the current zeitgeist, and just how that kind of the idea of the eclipse, that something is sort of hidden behind something else. So I guess that's sort of my thoughts on that. Not very whatever.
Well, and then if it's on demand, like it says right there, well, maybe when people are going through a different state that's not in the direction that they want, well, they can turn on an eclipse and then almost begin to reprogram them back to a state that they want people to be in. So it's again going back to the hypnosis type thing. You've got an anchor with the solar eclipse, and you can continue to traumatize people and shift them right back into the consciousness direction that you want to keep them in. And I don't think that the average person is well trained enough, maybe with their relationship with how they feel the subtle shifts in their consciousness and emotional states, or how they even view language. Like, I think of language as, well, it's something that's produced and it's not necessarily completely attached to me and how I perceive and witness my soul and consciousness and navigating the world. And so I think by having a relationship where I can almost sit back and watch it and observe things, well, then I'm not flowing, I guess, in that current as much. But I think if you would ask the normal person, they haven't analyzed or psychoanalyzed the relationship with language and meaning and how these things can subtly affect them. And perhaps it makes them much more susceptible to getting funneled and currented with this hypnotic thought cycle, and maybe more vulnerable to manufactured eclipses in order to keep them anchored in a direction.
So totally true. And Indy, I don't know if your audio is up and running, if you're back on your Broadmo brand and everything's running smoothly. What would you say when you talk about an eclipse and how it relates to a catharsis or shadow work? I mean, it's quite a powerful symbolic statement, like Cosmic was saying as well.
Yeah, I feel like an eclipse, like you mentioned earlier, does in fact. Oh, hold on one second. I have a mail truck driving by. It does in fact draw our hemispheres apart. I feel that it does, and I feel that it's draining of our energy, and it lowers our vitality. But at the same time, I feel like what it could be doing there is it could be providing a challenge for us to build our resilience, our physical resilience. When we put ourselves in challenging situations like that or cold exposure, it can help our immune system conjure up ways to improve our abilities to cope and function. So I feel like when we put ourselves in challenging situations like that, or it's similar to me to being around 5G. At first, it's going to be it's going to be very harsh to us, but after a while, the body builds resilience and tolerance to these things. So I feel like by putting yourself, if you're in a good state, in a state of resilience, and you can put yourself in these challenging situations, it can give you greater resilience to be able to function at higher capacities in more challenging situations where other people will be diminished. So, but other people will not be able to do well in these situations, and it will be maybe the straw that broke the camel's back and create conditions for them. But emotionally, I feel like it was dulling of the emotions to a degree, but I feel like there was an aspect of solace there. There was like a feeling of being in the womb and inner peace that came with that loss of vitality. So it was almost like we were being brought through a difficult phenomena in which we were kind of being like lifted up at the same time, but constrained. I feel like I was being held by the sun. Any of y'all have a feeling like that?
I get touched by spirits all the time.
Yeah, I worship the sun, and I've been to commune with the spirit of the sun at the sun with my spirit body. We have a very close relationship.
When I was doing my eclipse meditation, I was in a state where I felt like I was really able to embody an entire energy. And so I was able to concentrate my thoughts and my feelings around the different phases, because the clouds would kind of come and go. So it was really strong to be able to feel when the rays were actually hitting me and feel the warmth. And with my eyes closed, then I could see the red rays of the sun and underneath my eyelids and really feel and expand that energy. But then the clouds would come and then it would cool, and I could feel the cool pressure on my body and the darkness kind of around me. And then I would kind of concentrate back that way. And so it was very much kind of this expansion and then enclosure and shifting between different states. And I really got the feeling that it's with everybody watching the sun all around the world and going through this event, it was like a mass type ritual. And so I wonder how that aligns like our conscious and our subconscious minds. And does that allow us to almost participate in an ability to program the collective subconscious and conscious of humanity towards certain things? Or how does that start to get us to connect with other people that are of a similar vibration to us in maybe the astral type realm? I know after the eclipse, I made some very interesting connections just this week, and I was surprised at how well aligned like our words and our thoughts and things were. And I was kind of describing how the AI is creating or fooling us to these different thought forms based on of our different patterns of speech and what we search and stuff. It was almost like, we kind of had an opportunity to move around a little bit and then kind of reconcentrate with maybe a better connection, and maybe the people that are more tuned into the fear aspect and everything, I wonder if they all got sucked into more of a gravity well that resonated with fear and negativity and hide and get away from nature and all of these different things. It's just interesting the spin of that entire orbit and the reflection of the different higher and lower states we could have experienced during that mass type ritual, and then manufacturing something like that probably is going to do the same thing.
When we're talking about the whole concept of like fear and fear and doom and gloom, I'm thinking about like people who consider themselves doomsday preppers, or people who they're kind of, they hate life and they want the world to end. So they look at this eclipse as like almost like an opportunity to like reach out to some kind of like some Lovecraftian deity like Azathoth, and it's like you see that moon, it's like, hey, I want to make a deal with you and basically destroy the world because I don't like living here anymore. I don't know. I think when I think about like what's going on in the world and culture, whatever you think about conspiracies or whether they're true or not, there's definitely a darkness in the world. I think even if you're a skeptical person, you can't deny there's a kind of dark nihilism to our culture, this sort of dark dread and emptiness. But in a weird way, it's like because of that, now it's like we're kind of summoning these sort of dark forces. And so when it comes to the eclipse, and then people say that's manufactured, I think it's more opportunistic. It's like if there wasn't an eclipse, it would be something else that someone would basically put their stock into in terms of a kind of a black magic portal, if you will. And that's kind of what I've been thinking about. Like maybe it is like something like entering our world, something alien and something maybe foreign, possibly hostile. I don't know.
I love that you pointed that out, and I love the way you put that, Lovecraft. You bring Lovecraft into it, but it's quite relevant. This is exactly what struck me, was how much of this, like, oh my God, it's the end of the world. Oh my gosh, let's get ready. It's rapture. Oh my gosh. The Christian groups were preaching rapture. The New Agers were preaching it's time for ascension. Spaceships are coming to fetch us. The anarchists were preaching like, no, mate, it's going to be like economic systems going to crumble. There's going to be civil war. If it wasn't one thing, it was another. But so many people were engaged in this fear-mongery, and I don't take it too seriously. I mean, I'm a South African. I mean, like, for me, fear is real, man. It's here. It's on my streets. I know what it's like to stand there and watch gun bullets. Do you know you can hear bullets when they fly through the air? So I've like watched gunfights, standing there watching gunfights in front of me. Like there's like for me, fear involves like people with guns and knives, like shooting at each other, and you getting stuck in the middle of that crossfire kind of thing. I can't take this other stuff too seriously because I've got to be here with my katana on my mantelpiece in case people with guns come into my home. Make sure that I keep my dogs. Don't let them get poisoned, because that's the thing. I caught someone trying to poison my dog a while ago, and that would make me strip. I don't get aggressive easily, but mess with my dogs. You see a side of me you never seen before. He might be a 60-kilogram Malamute, but he's my baby. So anyway, but exactly what you were saying about this mad crazy, and it's all about sort of engaging the shadow in not a very healthy way, right? They want us to connect with our shadows, damn straight, but they don't want us to resolve our shadows. They want us to feed off of the darkness rather than no, they want us to feed the darkness, rather than us actually gain sustenance from the darkness and actually gain strength and wisdom and intelligence and understanding of who we are and why we are wired the way we are, why we screw up the way we screw up as often as we do, being humans and imperfect as we are. So I don't know. There seems to be a very powerful element of psyops and counterintelligence behind this company's actions to me. It's a bold statement. There's not much evidence. It's my gut speaking. I could be wrong, but it definitely seems to be moving. And let's look at this counterintelligence for a little bit, because this counterintelligence has got so many avenues. I don't know if you guys want to start unpacking.
Well, I've just noticed that it seems like there's just so many different narratives that end up spinning, especially around these large type ritual events that go on. And it seems like if you want to lean into the shadow and fear element, there's just an infinite number of pathways that you can dive into, all the way to the point of, destruction, and just get as negative and dark as you possibly want. Like, it's just this infinite black hole. But then you also have the opportunity to take a different spin and reorient yourself to kind of take on some of the darkness and the pressure and be able to work on transcending it. And I've just noticed over the last few years, especially, I refer to it almost like we're living in a time where it's like a particle accelerator. And so we've got these events and things that are going on that it's almost like time speeds up. I know for my own development, it's been a number of years, but I look back on each year and I'm like, wow, it feels like 10 years kind of went by with all the different changes and experience. And there's no way I could have imagined the year prior what I went through and the shifts in my own development and consciousness and spiritual development and the highs and the lows and everything. It just seems like it's all kind of compressed and packed together. And it takes a lot of, I think, conscious work for me to continuously stay ahead of that ever pressurized shadow element. And then I'm appreciative of it after the fact if I'm positive and trusting. And it's like everybody's kind of going through this pressurized container. And I used the term particle accelerator a couple of years ago when I was writing, and it's funny now, that links up with CERN, because isn't kind of that what CERN is doing? And CERN, their leadership is on this company with the space agency and the whole manufactured eclipses. And so you can kind of start to see that all these things are linked up and connected, and we're just going through so many different things that 10 years ago, there's no way I would have, anyone could have probably imagined all of the things the collective of humanity's been going through recently.
What I kind of want to make in terms of talking about darkness, I think what I really see as the darkness in our world right now, specifically our culture, is sort of this, like, I don't know if you guys noticed this lately, maybe it's just me, but I feel like there's a lot of people who seem to be like against the idea of individualism and therefore a more collectivist kind of tribal sort of mindset. Like, I'm seeing so many, like, these videos, like there's, people who, they don't believe in free will. They don't believe in there as an individual self. There was just sort of this blank void of nothingness. And there's something very disturbing about that, because this is one of the main, like, mechanisms that cults use to indoctrinate you, is to strip away your individuality so that you no longer have your own mind. You no longer have your own boundaries. You become a vessel for the cult. And I mean, when I've been thinking about, like, religions, like, this is kind of a very sinister way to think of them, but they're almost like soul devouring entities. It's like you kind of, you get enmeshed in this world, this sort of field of belief, and then it sort of digests your individuality. So you become sort of a polyp of this new, like, religious, like, organism, and you lose your sense of self. And I feel like so many people are just like, it's almost like they're willingly jumping into this maw of madness. And that, to me, is what I think that, we need to, like, we want to fight the darkness. I think we have to sort of find our own individual light, what makes us, unique. Because I think really when it comes to life and, to me, like, there's this whole idea that some people think that, individuality is a bad thing because it promotes, selfishness, and you're not thinking about other people. But I think in total opposite way. To me, because I recognize my own individuality, I then recognize that individuality in other people. So then I don't judge them. I realize that they're not sort of this, just a product of their environment. You're not just like socially, constructed, that there's this part of you that's eternal, that sort of transcends, all the riffraff and the sort of the mundane world we see here. A part of you that's eternal, that transcends our linear notions of time. And I feel like one of the ways that society and culture is really limiting us is telling us that we don't exist, that ourselves are an illusion, and that we're just, either just like a creation of the void, or we're just an emergent property that comes from matter. So I think that if we want to head on the darkness, and we want to get out of these psyops and control, we have to take ourselves back. We have to take back our individual selves, the unique stars, the unique, because I think about, like, when I look at nature and beauty. In order for beauty to exist, there has to be distinction. There has to be something that's unique and takes on a shape and take on a form. And it seems like when you only look at it in an intellectual way, people just think that the oneness is all that's required. But oneness on its own is empty. I was kind of talking to my the goddess, or my spirit guide, and she's basically telling me, like, a component of love is recognizing sort of like beauty in the world and uniqueness, because every single part of it needs to be loved, because every part of the universe has a specific role that it needs to play. I mean, if you think about like a body, for example, like each cell in your body has a different distinctive function. There's cells for skin, cells for bones, cell for digestive organs, blood cells, etc. It's the hair cells. But imagine how catastrophic it would be if all the cells in your body tried to be one organ. Like all the cells in your body all of a sudden tried to be brain cells. Every single brain cell would be just skin cells with no bone. You would just melt into like a writhing pile of like protoplasm, just this weird amorphous ugly hideous slime creature. And so that's why we need, so I believe in oneness, but we need distinction. And I bring this up because I feel like, in a way, we're talking about psyops and we're talking about mind control, I think a lot of these psyop ideas have infected a lot of the religions and the spiritual traditions that we follow. So, and I think that the problem with the spiritual traditions too is that oftentimes people identify with their belief systems. I am a Christian, I am an atheist, I am a Buddhist, etc., rather than really recognizing their own unique selves. And then when you have a unique self, and you realize you have your own unique imagination, your own unique perspective of the universe. And I think if you think like a rainforest, there's all this biodiversity, all these, and that's why it's so rich and beautiful. And I think in the same way with humanity, it's the diversity of thought that makes us so beautiful and wonderful. And there's this effort by the dark powers that be to want to homogenize us, to take all the color out of our soul and bleach it out into this dismal gray white, so that there's no color and no distinction, and everything just kind of like falls apart into this white gray goo. And there's so again, that's a bit of a ramble, but yeah, I think that really we need to bring back an emphasis of individuality, because I feel like when it comes to like all sides of the the darkness in the culture war, whether it be the the extreme left or the extreme right, it's all about destroying our individuality. So being who we really are and finding our individual selves amidst the chaos of space and time, like that's what we really need if we want to move forward as humanity.
Well, amen, brother. Beautifully said. I think, don't get me wrong. I do think that oneness is fundamental. I do think unity is the key to finding ourselves. But I don't think that we become entrained with unity at the expense of self. I think we merge what you're talking about with unity in a state of harmony and balance with the unifying principle of oneness, because we are all connected. We are all telepathically one being. But at the same time, there are distinctions, and there are reasons why there are distinctions. And like you say, if all the cells were to try and take precedence, we would have a serious problem. Though at the same time, the unity of the body needs to be observed in order for metabolism to be regulated, nutrition to be regulated. There is a place for everything. That's what I think. And I do believe that it's part of the counterintelligence tactics to draw us out of our individuality. This is why I was thinking about this hemispheres of the brain being split by them creating this effect of an eclipse. I think an eclipse splits the hemispheres of your brain for a moment and gives you a reset. Sort of, that's how I experience these energies. I tap them through the earth and it feels like the earth is giving me a reset. And like resets can be a good thing at the right time. But now if they can trigger a reset during retrograde Mercury, was it a retrograde Mercury on Friday? Oh, damn straight it was. So you got a retrograde Mercury with a reset. Like you're going to come out with a wonky settings, like wonky settings. It's like getting someone to recode your computer for you when they're drunk and hoping for the best. Like hope the operating system is going to work, So I think that there can be tampering. And what really got me was the fact that they fired up CERN. So they spent a long time upgrading the magnets on CERN for like months, redoing CERN so CERN can like kick out more power. Okay. And they happen to power up on the 8th. Is it a coincidence? And it gets better. It's not just these 2 rockets, spaceships that were launched by the European Space Agency. NASA was involved. Oh yeah. You don't see NASA's name anywhere, do you? Are we going to pretend that NASA launched 2 rockets up there and that the European Space Agency launched their 2 spaceships up there and they just all went up there and had a happy merry-go-lucky time? Or do you think there was some kind of control, like of airspace, right? National security, right? The airspace was, where was it? Over America. So who had the final say? Guess who? American government had the final say. So the European Space Agency must have been involved with American government in order to get permission to do this, because otherwise, like, we'll shoot you down, buddy. You don't just shoot stuff into our airspace, right? That's how this works. There's got to be arrangements made. And so is it a coincidence that NASA was launching 2 rockets that are, what do they call them? APEP. Now, there was a bit of a decode done with this. It was mentioned in the last week's, but it's relevant again. So APEP, but actually it's not APEP, it's APEPI. If you want to go into the way of the pronunciation of these old words, the same like Thoth is not Thoth, but Tahuti, right? Each consonant gets its own vowel. The vowels were important. And this is going back to Paleo-Hebrew and like the original script and pronunciation from like Chaldean, which actually comes way back from, once again, Sumerian. Oh yeah, we're gonna shred the Sumerian story because everything comes from Sumeria. All the gods, right? Have you ever heard them singing Alleluia? Alleluia. Can you imagine all those people in churches singing to the first Sumerian to land on Earth? They don't even know it. Alleluia is the first Sumerian that ever landed on Earth to discover the gold here and send messages back to Nibiru to say, I have found the gold. And Allelu was the king that was disposed by Anu. That's why they called the Anunnaki, because the lineage of Anu who came here, his 2 sons, Enki and Enlil, came with an entourage, and then they brought their children, and they had their children here, and they built Enlil was also here, and their sister came with as well. So it's interesting now when we look at the CERN being turned on, right? Just a coincidence. 2 NASA rockets being launched, just a coincidence. The European Space Agency. I wonder how many other CERN type things were turned on. I wonder what HARP was doing. Like, we can only imagine, like, how many different players were in this game, and what were they doing to the Earth's electromagnetic field to recreate. You see, it's all good and well to recreate an eclipse visually, but what does an eclipse do to the ionosphere? What does an eclipse do to the magnetic field of the Earth, to the frequency of the Schumann resonance? It's affected by eclipses, right? So can we disturb those when we have enough of these accelerators? I believe there are 3,000 accelerators on Earth, by the way, like CERN, but much smaller. So let's just say 1/10 of all the accelerators are fired up at once. That's 300 accelerators. That's a lot of CERN power. And then they've got the HARP, HARP, the tower masts. Then they've got the tower masts close to, I was decoding this, I was helping, what's the one in the UK, north of Manchester, and they've got one in another part of the UK, they've got one in France, Germany, they've got ones further down, they've got them in Australia, they've got them all around the world, these HARP type things. So what if they're using the VHF frequencies with extreme high wattage to power and change the ionosphere, because they can affect the ionosphere with these weapons techniques. This is, in fact, for those of you that don't know, HARP is supposed to, according to the mission statement of them who control and make HARP, they use it to change the ionosphere frequency so that they're able to bounce radar signals around a curve. That's the official mission statement of HARP. So they can excite the ionosphere to such a level that it creates a proverbial radio mirror, which means you've got to have a lot of static to create a proverbial radio mirror to bounce a radio signal off to go around the Earth, so that you've got a fast warning system for incoming missiles. That's the official purpose of HARP. But like, we imagine it can be used for other things. So imagine they're firing up these, changing the ionosphere frequency, creating a false eclipse, turning on CERN, and they've got other CERNs. Is it far-fetched? Well, the fact that they turned CERN on at the exact moment, the fact that they had NASA and the European Space Agency working in obviously together, because it would be a danger to shoot all these rockets. Imagine putting all these spaceships up there at the same place at the same time. It doesn't seem safe, right? Unless it's been coordinated, planned. So there must be some kind of organization happening between the different agencies. NASA, European agency, CERN must be involved. Yeah, please.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that when I looked into the profile, they weren't even hiding it, that a lot of the leadership had worked for SpaceX or they had worked for NASA, and they're in the political side. So they're definitely not hiding it. It's like a big group club. It's a whole industry, and they're floating and working back and forth between all of these different agencies. And I think they specialize in different focus areas, but there's definitely a larger mission that they're all in sync with, and they're collaborating on these things. And just with the amount of money and organization, it's very much, to me, it looks like a business. It's a business type club, and they've all got their buddies and their groups, and they're all funneling a bunch of money and profiting from it. And they're very much a part of the identity. I mean, if somebody's going to spend 40 years of their life invested in this mission and the space research, and it's part of their education and everything, then they're going to be very entrenched in this and believe in it. And it's a kind of like a little bit of a magical system in and of itself. And I just wonder how something like that gets so large. And I think it's also important to look at what is the environment of these type of organizations, because I know when I worked for the federal government, the way that like a security type clearance environment works is it makes people very separate, because you're not entirely sure the level of clearance somebody else has and what projects that they might be working on. So it causes people to interact with each other where they're very careful with their speech, and they stick to kind of a script that, oh, we're only allowed to talk about these things. and we can only do this in this type of environment. We don't want to be too personal with somebody because then it might showcase that we might have some sort of connection. Or what if that person's, been affected by the Chinese or something else, and maybe they're trying to get to us. The people don't interact in a very healthy type manner. It made me feel very constricted and not be able to connect with my fellow human being. And so that attracts a certain type of personality. There's no way I could have worked for a long time in that environment, let alone withstood the pressures of that type of disconnection from my fellow man. So I had to leave, and there's no way I could ever go back to that type of environment. But 40 years in that, and you go to parties and you live next to these people and you're aligned to this type of mission. So I like to imagine what is the environment that's created with these different things and who it attracts and what their spirit might be. And I think that type of environment kind of disconnects or concentrates the energy, maybe just to the head, and there's no flow to the heart or the gut. And I just wonder how that impacts the individuals in that collective egregore.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention, that's also part of the way in which they keep people on the bottom rungs from really understanding what they're participating in. So, like, if you're participating in HARP, you might think what Franklin was talking earlier about how they're trying to create a radio mirror. That might be what they told you and what you think you're doing. And when you tell people what you do for work, that might be what you could mention. And that might be something you're allowed to say. But then again, it might be something you're not even allowed to say. And so they're holding this secret of something that's not even legit. And they compartmentalize the thought of the people that are working with the project. So they don't really all know how to do what they're working with or what they're doing. They know a little bit about it. Someone else knows a little bit about it. They're not allowed to communicate to each other. Also, I've been researching the HARP program for decades, and I know that they use it to heat up the atmosphere up to about 10,000 degrees up in the upper atmosphere, in the lithosphere. And so what that does is they're trying to hide global warming with this process. They heat it up to 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The upper atmosphere bubbles up, which then draws in cooler air down below it. On the other side of the globe, it creates massive pressure and can lead to tectonic activity, tsunamis, earthquakes, and such. So as a process of trying to hide climate change or the global warming catastrophe that it's become, they are now trying to hide the HARP program. It used to be in Alaska, and now it's mobile on a ship that sails across the seas. So there's also all these other little facilities around the globe. They're all interconnected and linked. And so there could be more to it that we don't really understand, but we know that it's part of geoengineering or climate engineering. And if you look those up, the science of them is available to the public. But if you look up chemtrails, it'll send you down like a conspiracy trail. But there's actual real science to it that's actually available to the public. You can see diagrams and charts of how it bubbles out the atmosphere and the temperatures that they're using with all of these different antennas. It takes hundreds of antennas to focus their signal in one area. And it's extremely detrimental to the environment. I mean, if you're heating things up 10,000 degrees more than they already are, it's ultimately going to be self-defeating if you're trying to hide global warming. I feel like it's total insanity. But that's the levels of insanity that greed can drive people to, I think.
That's beautiful information. The way that they pigeonhole, like you say, the information into little boxes, and it's a need to know story. And you don't even need to know what you're making. What are you building? You're building a switch. Oh, it looks like a trigger. Yes, it's a special kind of a switch. It's used to you're going to be put into a fire starter for a gas stove lighter. Actually, you're building the trigger for a gun. Do you know what I mean? It's literally like that. Like, you think you're making a trigger for a fire starter, you're making a trigger for a rifle. In fact, it's not even a rifle, it's a rocket launcher trigger. But you don't need to know that. And each person is building a component to something, and they think that they're building something innocuous. But imagine all the people who built the atom bomb. They didn't know what they were doing. They weren't told, like, oh, by the way, you're going to build an atom bomb. No, they were building something else. some different kind of things, some different kind of bomb. Probably most of them weren't even building bombs. Those that didn't have to be building bombs, like this is obviously going to be a bomb. Okay, but it's not an atom bomb. It's a different kind of bomb. So I think there's a lot to what you're saying. And it's interesting as well when we look at this structuring of the way in which they've sort of hidden this. Like, well, when you say about and there's a definite connection between weather modification and this eclipse technology. They seem to be in bed with each other, and I'm pretty sure Aaron's going to confirm this for us in a minute. What I want to say is perhaps the whole HARP story is actually creating global warming. Maybe they're trying to push global warming over the top so that they can put in new taxes and start new laws of governing, giving us less rights. And they see, well, global warming is a real thing. It's happening. Let's push it over the edge. And let's create a famine so that we're the only ones who can farm with our GMO crops, and everybody else's crops dies because they can't keep up. We've designed our crops for hotter temperatures, so let's push the temperatures up. You know, it's a great way to make money and to gain financial control of the food market. So for all we know, it could be even more sinister than we imagine. And so the one aspect of it is like we say, it's PSYOPs, it's counterintelligence, but there could also be genuine. Let's look at the story about getting injections in the arms. I don't want to even say the word. Alex Jones got like grilled for saying the word too much before it happened. So anyway, they want to prick arm pricks. Let's just call it the arm prick experiment. And the arm prick experiment has really devastated us. It's devastated our food production facilities. It's devastated our laws. Here in South Africa, they changed the laws so that ingredients can be changed by companies without having to put it on the label. So I'll give you an example. Let's say you're a chicken farmer. Now, I'm a vegetarian. This doesn't apply to me, but it's a discussion I've had with someone recently. And they want to put worm protein into chicken. Have you seen those videos where they've got these big things that they're injecting stuff into chicken breasts? And they've got this big machine that they're injecting stuff and they're inflating the chickens. Have you seen it? It's like a chicken inflator. My brain says, worm protein. And other people have told me that when they look at the chickens lately, the chickens have got like weird things in them that looks almost wormy. Now, because of the laws in South Africa, they would be allowed to put in a certain percentage of worm protein into the chicken without having to tell you it's in there. And this is a result of the arm prick experiment, global shortage of food, and dynamic, like, oh my gosh, there we go, fear. They realized how well the fear worked with the arm prick experiment. They thought, let's do it with the Eclipse. So maybe the next arm prick experiment planned is going to be running with some eclipses to get the real fear going, you know?
That's actually one of the ways in which they hide secret ingredients. Like, people are trying to get fluoride-free toothpaste, but they can add 5% of unlisted products in there, and they will add 5% fluoride because it's mandated by the corporatocracy. It's an industrial waste product, and fluoride, and so they have to find a place for it. Also, there's probably some kind of a mandate for them to get it all into the toothpaste for everybody, and so they can lie to people and say this is a fluoride-free toothpaste. They don't have to list the fact that it does actually have fluoride in it. And so I found that out, and so I've just been going with using activated charcoal and baking soda for toothpaste ever since. And some people, it may behoove them to do that as well. But you got to look out for that 5%. So it's in our best interest right now to make our own products. You can make your own product organic at home. It's worth a lot of money, and you can market it. You can share it in your community.
Do you know what I would recommend to you? Get some frankincense essential oil and get some clove essential oil. You use the clove and the frankincense essential oil with that combination. You got some kick butt toothpaste. That's like
that's awesome. I use that on my face every day. I put clove oil with frankincense on my face and peppermint oil with frankincense on my hair. Also with other base oils as well, but those are very powerful.
Yeah.
The for a few years I was kind of trying to be a little more against the tell people, hey, this is the agenda that's coming. You shouldn't take this action. And I kind of viewed it almost as like a maze, like humanity was coming towards this fork in the road, and it was a maze. And there was this one path, and everybody seemed to go there. It was a little more inviting, and people wanted to just kind of swim with the current. But then there was also this other path you could take, which I was trying to steer people towards, and it was a scarier path. Maybe it was a little darker, you had to walk it individually, but I had the intuition that if you took this path it was going to be better long term down the road. But so many people kind of did not take that decision, and now we're kind of left with, well, there's so many people that went this different direction, and how do we integrate everybody and kind of get everyone unified and heal from a lot of that traumatic event and go through the next phase in this cycle, rather than just letting us all kind of splinter off. And it made me think of Wim Hof. I don't know if you all are familiar with Wim Hof, but he would go through these breathing exercises, and he was able to purge a lot of these toxins, and he even volunteered to have these deadly diseases and stuff enter his body. And through his self-healing and through his breath work, he was able to self-heal from these things, and it was a scientific phenomena. And so I think, at this stage, years later, it might be important for us to try to help these people who maybe made a different decision than some of us did, heal from the consequences, so they're more equipped as we enter the next phase in the maze game, for them to make a more informed decision. And just commenting on the food thing, I find it interesting how we're kind of entrained to have this expectation for different taste, and this comes with food. And so my friend had recently brought a coconut from a coconut farm he was working at in Florida. And when I broke open this coconut and it had fresh coconut straight from an organic farm, I was surprised at how subtle the coconut flavor was, and the coconut water, and how nutritious it was, and the connection to having one from this organic farm versus something so simple as we get coconut candy or coconut flavored beverages, and they have all these artificial smells and taste, and it's really trained us to have a association with coconut as a flavor that's completely disconnected from what an actual coconut tastes like. And you can train people to have almost a repulsion to the actual taste of what a real coconut tastes like, because they've been patterned and trained to associate something completely different with it, and how it's kind of inverted. And I can imagine how a business environment would be like, well, we need to sell more coconuts. Well, how do we do that? We intensify the flavor and the smells to something that, who knows what it does to the brain, and that way you just focus and boost sales. And there's just so many different games and scenarios that are playing with seemingly simple decisions.
Go ahead. Sorry, brother, are you done? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I think oh, well, I guess the only other comment I had was we were talking about kind of creating these different business environments. And I think from if I'm very much a strategist and thinking from the top down. And if I wanted to create a business, I don't want to go into a market where there's a competition. So like thinking of the coconut example, well, I don't want to go and start a coconut farm against an environment that already has a bunch of coconuts and people are selling it. I want to create an entirely different environment. That way I can have a monopoly on creating the infrastructure, the product, insert my own people into it. Everybody kind of profits, and we're just completely separated. And in order to do that, we've got to create an environment where there's connected networks of the space, of the renewable energy with solar, that creates an environment to also create new manufacturing machines that haven't been created for other industries. Well, you can start companies that then supply those products, and then we're going to optical type technologies and everything. And so you can just create this entire web of new businesses, insert people into it, and then create fear of people in order to be afraid of climate change, and then start manipulating the weather as well, and then create all of these different things so people have they can see it with their own eyes, which they start to believe in it, and then they start supporting these causes. And it's just the level of planning and stuff to actually execute that across the world. I think it's important to, not have an appreciation for it, but recognize the level of organization and strategic planning and the occult powers and just the different layers of what it takes to actually execute this, and then have the government, making laws and regulations and tax breaks and the logistics behind it. I don't think a lot of times people have an appreciation for the level of organization, planning, the skill that it requires to execute something like this. And it's a lot easier for us to just be like, oh, it's just the boogeyman, the devil, evil, the dark forces, this or that. And it's like, there's a lot going on to this, and we have to sit back and observe it before jumping to conclusions.
That's really interesting, and it's something to consider. It's something to take on board. You had my mouth watering when you're talking about the Jalbi coconut water. Oh my gosh. I want to go back to India. Okay, no, I don't. But like, that was what I loved about India. Those Jalbi coconuts on every street corner. You just drink them all day. They weren't expensive, and they were plentifully available. And there was a tree. There was a guy. He climbs the tree, grabs the coconuts. He gives them to you. You give him money, and you just drink them all day long. We have a wonderful guest that has arrived, Dr. K. Look at that funky image, man. Yo, look at him rocking that image. He's got a new, what do you call it? I don't know what you call it. He's got a new picture, a funky picture.
Avatar.
So Dr. K is a wonderful brother. He's been with us since the beginning, and he's a decoder. He's a decoder, and his speciality, obviously, he's got his fingers dipped into all sorts of aspects of the occult field, but his speciality is the numbers, and he works with different kinds of numbers, different kinds of schools of numerology, Sumerian, Chaldean, what we consider, Paleo-Hebrew, the normal numerology that we've all been accustomed to, and he builds these beautiful grimoires for people in order to help give them guidance and direction in their lives. So welcome, dear Dr. K. It's a total honor to have you. Thank you for joining us. Sending you so much love and blessings.
Thank you, Franklin, for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. It is wonderful to be with you all again. Peace, Indy. Peace, Cosmic. Peace, Aaron, I think I saw. Everybody in the chat. Very, very interesting topic. There's a certain amount of, I want to create a word here, urgency or automagically, attention and light being given to the idea of some of these ideas, some of these topics, they have to be talked about, but we have to understand how much attention and energy we actually give it and credence. Just in the automatically, this is going on, because this is going on based largely upon what these same entities say. So I heard you mention something about revelations from a company you were looking into. Brilliant, very good. But at the end of the day, every single company in this world is only owned by one of two companies. Vanguard, or BlackRock. That's it. So we're automatically looking at the idea of Freemasonry, the mysteries of Isis or Offset, which is natural, which has been inverted because it's been largely forgotten by the ignorant, i.e. the populace, because we trust the so-called powers that be to educate our children, and we listen en masse to what is propagated, what is popular, and what is based in fear. And that has to stop. Otherwise, we're playing games and we're playing in circles. So, CERN is said to do a great many things. HARP is said to do a great many things. When it comes to technology, it is all a mimicry of what you do, what you are capable of. How could I possibly be afraid of an industry based off my functionality? The only way that happens is because of ignorance. Ignorance is the only thing that we're here to fight. Now, I want you to look at the spiritual implications of what some of these auspices may represent. Because if the sun that they have been telling you, Bill Gates wants to block out the sun, right? They want to dim the sun. But they have had sun simulator patents since the 1960s. Did you hear what I said? Sun simulator patents. So what you think is so natural may have always been artificial, but what is the spiritual implication? None of this is real in the first place. It doesn't matter what door of the occult you begin to walk down, and it's only evil or dark because you are a light being surrounded by darkness, and you do not know yourself. The more you know and study, the more some of these fear-based tenets can turn into power structures, power reserves.
Right.
Go ahead, Andy.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted. We had a falcon flying above. I was just trying to feature it on my screen.
That's dope.
Yeah, and we got a day moon out here, crescent day moon, facing down. I know when it's facing up, it's considered the bull's horns. But sorry to interrupt.
No.
You were on a roll, brother.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I'm fascinated about this dimming of the sun because, we see that in a lot of film. Like, they're kind of giving us hints on that stuff where they're going to black out the skies. They're going to dim the sun, all these things. And in the future, it's going to be like a dark world. There's a lot of films with that. I could think of several of them. And I wish I could think of the titles. But now it's a common theme. So, and I've heard of that recently in the news that they were talking about Elon Musk and Bill Gates both talking about trying to darken the skies. So that's not just fiction, that's something that's very real. And we're looking at a global warming crisis right now that's coming into a catastrophe. It's going to come to a point where it's going to be uninhabitable to be outside during the day, I think, in a lot of areas. Eventually. But eventually that would lead to evaporating of water at a certain point, and it would lead to an ice age. So I think that's what they're trying to prevent or prolong. But we see a lot of these ice caps melting at a little bit too fast of rates. It's alarming. So I don't know if
or create.
If you believe in it. I believe in the ice cap melting thing. A lot of people don't really feel compelled. But
the thing about the ice caps is the water levels have never changed. right? Not only have they never changed, but if you actually understand what the realm is and how it operates, what we call global warming makes absolutely no sense, especially by the own. Okay, so take the cosmic microwave background, right? They did this test in like 2005, and they showed the entirety of the universe, and the Earth was all there was. And they said, "Oh no, shut that shit down. That was wrong. Don't worry about it. You know, we'll do it again some years from now." And then they did it again in like 2012 or 2015 in France, right? And they got the exact same results. So, in other words, there's nowhere else to go, right? Not only is there nowhere else to go, but the realm is actually infinite. So the ice is only supplemental to the epoch. You see what I'm saying? So like now, number one, that's why the levels don't change. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no flooding. But the problem is the volume is increasing more due to man putting artificial crap in the oceans as opposed to the natural population of the ocean, on top of fishing, on top of perfume. And anybody who doesn't know about the history of perfume or where that comes from, you really want to look into that. Because, you know, there's some horrible things that have been going on for a long time. The whole idea for any other 80s babies, if you remember Captain Planet and the Planeteers, there's a reason that show came out. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason they showed you Gaia was the spirit of the earth and what loot and plunder was doing. That's only quantified exponentially now.
I believe there was
Definitely.
flooding in the Marshall Islands and in Florida. You know, they feature this flooding in certain areas, but it doesn't seem to be global. So it does seem a little bit suspect. But no, I know that the Marshall Islands people were displaced as refugees, and they had the Kyoto treaties after that. This is what we heard. I never actually saw footage of it, though.
Do you remember a couple years ago in Florida, there was a hurricane and all the water receded from the coast and it took like weeks to come back? And like the news told you about it one time, and then they just stopped because they realized how insane that actually looked on film. You can still see that footage. You know what I'm saying? Like here's something I want people to think about, because this is what I mean when I say automatic power giveaway. What if, because this is what the evidence really states, and I'm talking about people who are into antiquity and not just, you know, what was propagated. What if HARP is what they use in order to make you think we still have seasons? What if the idea of CERN is what they gave you so you don't think you're responsible for what's actually going on? Remember, everything in the outside world is a reflection of you. People were outside looking at this eclipse, whether it was quote unquote real or artificial, it was happening within. That's the only way you can see it on the outside. So if that's the case, what is real? What is artificial? What is fake? What is natural?
Those are questions that have got to be considered because they definitely have a place. And it is interesting because there's definitely a lot of lies being told to us. I personally have questioned every model that they've thrown at me. And I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, well, I just don't know exactly what's true, which is okay. I'm okay with not knowing exactly what's true, because there's just so much out there. You know, there's flat Earth, there's concave Earth, there's convex Earth, there's we're on the inner Earth, there's that we're on a much bigger Earth, and we're being like on a tiny little place of the Earth, and that the Earth is so much bigger than what we're. And when you look at these things,
All about that.
it does sort of hold a lot of credibility. What? Oh, that was Indy. It does hold a lot of credibility. A lot of these ideas, you definitely seem to be able to hold water. What I'm pretty sure about is that they've been lying to us, because I discovered that when I discovered Tartaria as a child from an encyclopedia, from a blooming encyclopedia. I'm reading up in this encyclopedia, and for some reason, somebody mentions that or somewhere, and I go and look it up. And true as Bob, we've got a set of old antique encyclopedias in the house, and I'm looking it up, and the encyclopedias are from like the 1800s. Was something that my mother's ex, they were together for like 20 years. He had inherited from his father, like a family heirloom, whatever. And I had to be really careful with these encyclopedias, because like he was like, yeah. But I found it fascinating that I found things in there that was contradicted. And I was like, how is there a set of encyclopedias telling me one piece of encyclopedic knowledge, and when I go to my school, they tell me it's not true? I mean, it just didn't add up. Yeah. And the story about Tartaria wasn't some conspiracy theory. They were like, there was population dynamics, there was like the land, the politics, the agriculture. They were like, proper encyclopedia write-up over any country. And it was like a big chunk of earth. So I was a young boy, and that made me go like, okay, these bastards, can't trust them. So I stopped trusting them. Thank God for that. But I do think that the scale of lies are much bigger. And so this is why looking at this article blew my mind. And I was like, what's actually going on? What's actually going on? And like you say, this whole inner process is quite interesting, because everything does seem to happen on the inner planes. In fact, everything is happening on the etheric plane. Nothing's really happening here. We're not really here. That's something else I consider. We're not really here in this physical incarnation. We're actually on the etheric plane, and our brains are creating a template of the etheric plane inside our brains and creating dream time, a dream of it, which is between 2 and 4 seconds in the past of what's actually happening. And we're living in this little box of reality that's been created by our parietal lobes, but we're actually in an extra dimensional space existing. So that's how my brain sort of correlates, like the nature of reality. I don't even necessarily believe that this is here the way it is. It is, but it isn't. Not the way it is, seemingly, presented. So that I think there's a lot that we've got to learn to question, like the nature of reality, like where we are, like the planet we're on. They told us it's round. There isn't actually any evidence that it's round. Anyway.
More like an oval.
What there is. Hey?
More like an oval.
Well, whatever it is.
It's not. Well, here's the thing. Here, you bring up a really good point there. Really, really good point. They have shown you a globe since 1929 in Hollywood, long before the Earth was ever supposedly photographed. They showed you a globe, scientific fact, right? And they have shown you a globe with what they call a blue marble picture from NASA official every year since 1969. Never once has it been an oblique spheroid, which means, it's supposed to be a lot more like a pear, where it spins faster at the equator. So it's kind of lopsided. That don't come on. The fact that the ISS has never taken a picture by standing outside and just turning around is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The fact that we can even question the shape of the supposed Earth, on top of the fact of what Franklin just said, where nothing at all shows you that it's round in the first place, is ridiculous. It's like saying the pool table is round because the balls are all spheres on it. No, it's flat as hell, completely flat.
So yeah, I think like the nature of reality isn't physical as we experience it. I think the physicality is what we're inferring upon the etheric. And the etheric is about acoustics and shape and sound and frequency. And so we're living in an electromagnetic spectrum of frequency. But our brains tell us it's concrete and solid. And then we get fed in all the indoctrination and all the, PSYOPs and all the counterintelligence broadcasting, all the social media. And let's call social media what it is, the cult of social media, the cult of cults, containing lots of cults within the cult of social media, which is a brainwashing technique, which has been given to us. The fact that everybody texts. Why do people write text instead of using their voice? It's unnatural. It's crazy. It's insane. No, it's inane. A man and a woman in love, rather than having FaceTime, will send each other texts. That's inane. It's inane. They can have FaceTime. They can make a call. They can hear each other's voices. They can send each other voice notes. The technology is there. But still, people are so well trained that they just text. And there are certain times when texts are more convenient, right? You're in a noisy space. Okay, you text. You can't do FaceTime now. You can't do a call now. You're in an awkward environment where the internet connection isn't so good. You text. Fair enough. Or you can probably actually do a voice note, even if the internet's not good, because it'll just take a little while to load up. But my point is, we're so well trained to use the third-rate form of communication, which is text. And so you see people sitting on the beach, right? This is hilarious. I live by the beach. And they're texting someone. And I'm like, this is hilarious. You're sitting there tapping out letters on your phone. You could be FaceTiming. You're sitting on the bloody beach. You could be sending a voice note with the beautiful sound of the seagulls and the waves in the background. I mean, what do you think the person you're communicating with would prefer? But we're stuck in this paradigm of putting our information into words because it's like clinical. Well, the moment you write something down, it's a fact, right? Is that really true? Because that's how we've been taught. And here's another interesting point. My son's mother was mentioning to my mother, because it was my mom's birthday today, and she came to visit, and she was here, and we were like, having a bit of cake and whatever. And she was saying how my mom was broadcasting now. She's so happy. She's got green bulbs. She's like preaching the church of green bulbs. And damn straight, these blue bulbs are like really uncool. You notice the light behind me? It's a oscillating frequency. If I switch it on and off, it's 6,000 Kelvin. If I switch it on again, on and off again, it's 3,200 Kelvin. Now, not 3,200, 3,800 Kelvin. 3,800 Kelvin is like yellow light. 6,000 Kelvin is blue light. These are just color temperature designations for light. So we've got all these blue lights around us, like really messing with our eyes. Anyway, my mom loves the green light. Green light is, what is green light? Green light must be about 4,000 something Kelvin, right? Somewhere around in that range, but it's filtering out a lot of the other colors of light. Anyway, I digress. My son's mother was mentioning how when she was young, she had ADD, and they used to give her a film to put over books, which was like a greenish yellow color that would change the background of the words. And it made me think, that's interesting. The fact that we've got these black words on a white background, stark, black and white, it's actually quite hectic. I remember often reading and seeing how the words were swimming, like flashing hard, and you had to like go and stare out the window at the grass, stare out the window at other things for like a minute, because it's actually really harsh looking at the way books are, and a slight different color on the background. And I used to like reading certain kinds of books that had that cream color white paper. I don't know if you remember, because it wasn't so hectic to look at. But school textbooks were like stark white. How that extreme black and white flashing in your eyes affects your brain is incredible if you think about it. And all the information we read and were taught and learned is on the stark extremity of black and white, which sort of makes you think black and white is fact. There's the evidence, black and white. It's in black and white. It was drilled into us, right? So there's so much, I think, that we take for granted, and so much brainwashing and so much PSYOPs on our brains. What is not PSYOPs? I mean, we could go on and on, but everything that they taught me in school seemed to be mostly nonsense. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I feel like it helps me to understand that there is some truth to everything. I feel like all truths are half false. True, you have to understand that. But I feel like if you really look at it, you know, there's some truth to the fact that the world is flat. It looks flat. You know, it looks flat from our perspective. There's some truth to the fact that the world is round. You know, like there's some truth to there's the edge of the world. You have to understand these things and see the writing between the lines sometimes. But it also helps to be able to understand other people's perspective of what their reality is and to validate that. You don't have to fight to see whose is more right all the time. Sometimes it helps to have what Nietzsche was trying to develop, like perspectivism, to develop more of a greater understanding with more perspectives. The more perspective you have on something, the more deeper applications you can make on it. Some perspectives are more practical, some are less practical, some are more fantastical. So, you know, some have more panache. And so some are just whimsical. But you have to understand that all these perspectives are valid and that we can gain from being able to see multiple perspectives simultaneously and integrate the paradox of whatever apparent contradictions there might be that actually are not. So I feel like that can really help us if we can look more towards the commonality of things instead of picking out the differences and being finicky about that. That can help us, and then that very paradigm shift right there can help bring people together and work together towards a common good, which would be something the collective could really use right now.
You know, when it comes to like shapes of the world, I was kind of surprised nobody mentioned a hypersphere, which is basically like an object that's even higher dimensional than a regular sphere. Because you think about the whole idea of like multiple worlds and multiple perspectives and multiple dimensions. Like if the world was a hypersphere, you could essentially fit all of those worlds into it. You could have 3D worlds and flat worlds almost like existing in different space within the larger sort of meta hypersphere. And I think too that maybe the real PSYOP is not so much that, you know, we actually live in a 2D world and the 3D world is an illusion. I think it's more that we are tricked to believing a 3D world, but we actually live in a 4D world, that we actually are higher dimensional beings, and that we're kind of tricked into thinking that we're limited to this 3-dimensional space when we have much more dimensionality, you know, at our disposal. And the thing about the hypersphere, it's almost like spheres existing within a spheres, universes existing within a universe. And I think that to me is a very, you know, expansive, you know, it stimulates the imagination too. It creates a sense of like wonder and like, man, what's all this stuff out there? And I think maybe the reason there's so much pushback with the whole kind of outer space thing is that when the way science presents it, it's that, you know, there's all these planets and galaxies and stuff, but it's just empty. It's just a bunch of rocks and glowing gas. There's nothing really interesting there. There's no real, what I'm saying is there's no real mystery in that. There's no mystery in outer space and maybe there's a star with like some special hydrogen atom, but there's not a mystery in that deeper sense of like why we're here or what's going on. So I think by sort of limiting like infinity and limiting our, you know, telling us that we exist in the fourth dimension. Here's a simple way to understand that, you know, I think even all of us here can perceive the fourth dimension. And so basically when it comes to dimensions, there's the idea that, like, for example, if you think of like a 3-dimensional plane, like a cube, you're essentially what it is. It's essentially a bunch of squares infinitely stacked on top of each other to make a sort of a 3D object, you know? So if you think of like a 3D plane as an infinite number of 2-dimensional planes. So and there's a kind of an axis between like, you know, one side and the other. And so when it comes to a fourth dimensional plane, you have multiple 3-dimensional worlds existing simultaneously. So when it comes to where was I going with this whole idea when it comes to belief systems, and just in terms of, you know, like when we see things with our mind's eye, for example, in our imagination, when you ever, like, you know, maybe you're in a certain state of mind, you're walking around, your eyes are open, but you can still see images and places like in your mind, in your perception. So you have one 3-dimensional plane where you experience with your 5 senses and physical reality, and you're also simultaneously perceiving another 3rd-dimensional plane in the astral and or etheric plane. So you have right there, you have 2 different 3 points in 3-dimensional and like 4th-dimensional space of 2 3-dimensional planes. And when you think about those 2 different 3-dimensional planes, one being the physical one, which is your 5 sense reality, or whatever you, or maybe simulation, wherever you want to call it, or that astral sense, you then realize there's an axis. It's like a line between 2 points, and you realize that there are 3-dimensional universes in between those 2 points. So you understand then that there's a 4th dimension to reality. And I think the elites, you know, why they would want you to believe in a 3rd-dimensional reality, because then they can kind of trap you in a certain belief system. They can trap you into a fear narrative. But when you realize there's dimensions outside of it, you can like, oh, this is just some room. I can walk outside of it. You can basically, I think, like, you know, there's that painting of where there's that, you know, there's the physical world. There's a guy out in the field, and then he's looking outward, and there's a bunch of like gears and like, you know, suns with like faces on them. And once you kind of recognize that sort of external higher dimensional space that exists outside of the fear narrative, then I think you can find some real freedom and some real mental clarity.
Yeah, totally. And you said beautifully what I was alluding to when I was saying that I don't know the shape of the earth, and that I think that we're existing in the etheric plane. Because the etheric plane is, in fact, when I consider my idea of time, my idea of time is all of these 3-dimensional universes stacked. And that all these 3-dimensional universes are stacked. And we are like on a journey from one 3-dimensional universe into another 3-dimensional universe, into another 3-dimensional universe, into another 3-dimensional universe. And they're all subtly different. Just a few differences. And the few differences between the one universe and the next universe we call a moment. Yeah. And that's how I see time. I see time as a journey through these different 3-dimensional universes stacked. And that this continual journey through these different 3-dimensional universes is what we call time. But actually, it's the point of view that we're moving in a linear fashion, when actually they're all already here. We're actually living in an ocean of 3-dimensional universes, all stacked. And so a miracle is when you decide, hold on, I want to choose that one. Well, I'm supposed to take that one. No, a la carte order service, please. I want that one. And so you order a different universe. And so you get a miracle because it wasn't expected. You see, the universe was moving from A to B to C to D to E and F, and you decided, I want to take F, G, A, B. That's a whole different universe. So I think that definitely, like you say, they've definitely tried to trap us in a paradigm of thought, which is given this Newtonian idea of materialism. I think that's what we're talking about here, if I'm not wrong. We're talking about this obsessive materialism as a finite philosophy that is the subtotality of reality, which involves living and dying, and that's the end of it. And an interesting conversation a while ago that I was having in the lucid dreaming group was about how this mass leaves the body when we die. Where does it go? So you open a door here into scalar. I call this scalar counterintelligence, right? That's been introduced to us, and I think it all starts with the 1800s. When did we start becoming so extremely deluded? Because it seems to me, and Dr. K pointed out a very interesting point. A lot of the technology we got is not new. It's old. A lot of the patents were done a long time ago, but they inherited that knowledge from somewhere else. We're talking about Tartaria here as well. We're talking about the past and the history. We're talking about just how much why was it so important for the CIA, or what became known as the CIA, to confiscate all of Nikola Tesla's equipment and all of his notes and ban him from ever doing any experiments again? Throw that on the table.
Well, if we really want to add some context to this, we have to understand what has already transpired. Peace, Soraya. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing
We've
great.
got dear Soraya here. I'll give her a quick warm welcome. Soraya has got the Infinite Words of Love on Telegram. Go and check it out. If you're ever feeling down, or you ever have a frown, you ever think the world is even square or maybe round, it doesn't seem to matter. Just as long as your thoughts scatter, you can find something true and inspiring there for you. So Soraya's got this
Thank you.
Infinite Words of Love, beautiful poetry, pictures, ideas. Go and check it out. She's a wonderful poetess herself and an inspired thinker, and obviously with a lot of experience of understanding the spiritual and the physical go-between. Welcome, dear.
Thank you.
Welcome, Soraya.
Sorry, Dr. K, you were saying.
Hi, Indy. Continue.
No, that's all right. I just wanted to properly welcome Soraya. Soraya is one of the absolute best parts of Telegram for me. She keeps the Mystery Arcade beautiful and full of love at all times. I cannot thank you enough. So thank you for joining us. It's very funny. You know, I don't refer to NASA or the CIA or, you know, the alphabet boys, as we call them, for too much. But I like to say a broken clock is right twice a day, right? So it's very interesting in terms of things that have been revealed and things that have been outright given out, especially due to the Freedom of Information Act. But NASA is essentially, and the CIA for that matter, is essentially saying the same thing that the occult has been saying for a very long time. So we have to ask the question, how hard do we want to sleep, and how hard do we want to dream, right? This whole idea of wokeness or consciousness or whatever we want to call it, something has to wake the quote unquote us from the nightmare, right? So if we are familiar with Michael Talbot's book, The Holographic Universe, this is the exact same principle that D-Wave quantum computers are built on, right? And that only boils down to binary code, zeros and ones. Everything in this reality is programmed that way. Everything. So it's not just things or instances like the Mandela effect. The occult has been saying these exact same tenets and principles. The issue is magic essentially is science that hasn't been explained yet. So the occultists and the symbologists, the alchemists, the shaman, the divine witch, we know these things. Hollywood whips you around by the nose with these things, right? We have whole cultures, which is ritual, which is synonymous with stereotype, based off of these quote unquote principles and tenets. So because of ignorance of the not knowing, fear is automatic. It's a popcorn amongst the culture. And we have veins for that as well. But based upon what they're telling, if we want to talk about they and what they are telling you, they're telling you this exact same thing. They're giving you how to leave your body. In the 60s, they interviewed the Honorable Elijah Muhammad about UFOs in the 1940s after the Battle of Los Angeles, right? This is documented. So, we have to keep things in proper context. The idea of a hypercube and the idea of the simulacrum and all of these wonderful things you can see in Dune from Frank Herbert's work, right? In the 1965. You can see in Arthur C. Clarke's work, right? It's a constant rehash, but we call it science fiction for a reason. Because if they called it science truth, it would be too obvious.
Yeah, I like that science fiction. I found it very interesting because I looked up long time ago, like we speak about fiction, right? If you Google, what's that guy's name? Oh, I forget his name. That's synonymous with the Anunnaki these days. He wrote a few books. Something about the gods. Can anybody here think of the name of this guy? Let me Google it.
Zachariah Hitchens?
Ah, Sumerians. Yes. Zachariah Sitchin. Well, yeah, thank you. If you Google him and you Google the story that he's telling about the Sumerian, it's quoted as being fiction. That's what it says. That's the counterintelligence narrative that we've been told. Even though he literally got all his information from the Lost Book of Enki, where there are 13 sets of tablets that outline in great detail with chronologies, with, like the Bible, with line of whose son was this one's father, was that one's sister, and it was that time. And it's a chronology. It's a great story which spans about, I think it's about 400 and something odd thousand years of when Alalu first arrived on Earth, right? And Alalu was the previous king of Nibiru. So, and basically it was all about getting gold to fix their atmosphere because their planet was going through hex, and the flood is explained. How the flood started is explained. Why the flood happened is explained in great detail, right? And the flood wasn't just happening here. We took a lot of damage. Nibiru took a lot of damage too. It's all catalogued there by the Sumerians. But when you read the so-called common internet story about it, it's written up as a fiction story that he made up. He didn't make up anything at all. He didn't even imbue the story. He literally took it straight from the tablets and told it as it is. So what's fiction? What's real? I think that's a very interesting story. Star Wars. How fictitious is Star Wars? We think it's just fiction. How much of that is the history of what the same stuff that's told in the Sumerian tablets? Same stuff that's retold again by the Land and Chem. It was retold by the Babylonians and the Chaldeans. And then it was retold yet again by the Paleo-Hebrew people that then were later called and known as Jews. And then it was retold again by the people that were known as Christians. Same story over and over and over again. And each person swears blind it's their own story. But is it a work of fiction? I mean, we could call the Bible a work of fiction, but it actually isn't a work of fiction. It's just information that's been taken from other stories. But all these stories really go back to a point. So it's very interesting what Dr. K says. I think it's very telling. Somebody mentioned Gaia being shown to us. Who was it? Earlier. Gaia being shown to us by
Captain Planet.
the excuse me?
Gaia, the spirit of the earth, voiced by Whoopi Goldberg in the Captain Planet and the Planeteers cartoon in the late 80s.
Yes, and then it was repackaged and shown to us again in another story, you know. But there's a classic example. It's fiction, right? But is it really fiction? Or is it some deep mythological story that's part of our ancient history that actually alludes to exactly what Cosmic was talking about, to exactly what Dr. K was inferring with that book, The Holographic Universe? So when we start looking at this, we start understanding, hold on, what is the whole concept of personality? Does the earth have a personality? Can you meet the personality of the earth? Who is the earth? Is the earth a being? Are we living on a being? And so when we start to do these imagination exercises and start to really look at things, I think we get a much more rounded perspective of reality. And I think that's something that they've taken away from us. They invented a word called superstition. I'd like us to dwell on that because it's all part of indoctrination. What do you guys have to say about superstition?
I feel like it's fear mongering. Sometimes they have ridiculous things like down here where I just moved to the south. They say if you hand somebody back a blade and it was either closed or opened instead of how it was handed to you, that you'll die by the blade you were handed back. And they really believe it. But I personally know that truth can be real. If you believe it, it can curse yourself. You'll expect these things and create them for yourself. But if you can coax yourself into believing into reverse bad luck and believe that the things that are bad luck for others are good luck for you, it could be. You may be making people uncomfortable to be around you if you do such things around them and not want to do those things on purpose. But it can be good to be able to not feel in fear when something that's considered bad luck happens. You can change and reprogram yourself from not feeling those things. But some people feel like there's like a whole world to the superstitiousness that you have to believe in because it's something that's very real to some people. So you have to respect that. It's a difficult thing to pull people out.
Superstition is a natural occurrence because 50% of all children are scared of the dark. And I think that's being nice. And the problem with being scared of the dark is your mind will create what is in the dark because you can't see it. And to understand why it does that, only the individual can, who even asked the question, can begin to understand those whys. And a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people spend their entire life never asking the question of why they are afraid of what they're afraid of, why they don't like this or why they don't like that. That takes a great deal of courage. It takes a great deal of strength. And everyone is capable. Sometimes they only need to see it enacted. Or sometimes we just need to realize how silly it actually is, because the only thing that we fear is not knowing. Once you know, it's nothing. It's, you know what I'm saying? I was scared of that. But that self-realization, the idea of groupthink, like Cosmic spoke about earlier, is disgusting. You know, I don't want anything cookie cutter. I want individuality. However, on the flip side of that, you get what I believe we call the wokeism or whatever that stuff is. But even that is a rumble to the root chakra. So I'll take it, because even, the Dogon tribe had some of the most elaborate, and still do, some of the most elaborate costume tribal sessions, dance and culture and magic. So elaborate. Hollywood is said to be inspired from what they saw, right? And their main tenet is fake it until you make it. In other words, I'm gonna be this big giant god, and I'm gonna rumble all around, and I'm gonna wow you with my movements and how I dance and all of these kinds of things. And I'm going to evoke this energy in you. That's the point. That's why you can go to a film that's a kung fu movie and you can walk out trying to kick your friend. That's why you can go to a rom-com and you can, have a cry and perhaps have a kiss. You can go to a thriller and you can be scared, perhaps. This elixir is channeled through you. We allow it to be channeled by others. That is an occult practice in and of itself. So, we have to be cognizant of that, because it's very easy to say, they do this and they do that, but 9 times out of 10, we're holding the receipt for it.
I like that, holding the receipt. I like the way you put that. That's beautifully put. Yeah, there's definitely this aspect of personal responsibility that has been put onto the wayside, placed upon the pile of ashes. And this goes right back to the earlier mentions in our conversation about individuation versus collectivism, and how we're being taught to reduce our personal identity into a collective pool. And we've been taught to do it. I mean, fashion, right? What is fashion? You fashion a sword. You fashion a tool. Tools are fashioned. So what does it mean when we're following trends of fashion, right? We're being fashioned into taking a collectivist identity to superimpose upon our authentic and actual identity. So fashion, philosophy, are you a this? Are you a that? Do you believe in Buddhist philosophy? Are you a, gosh, don't even get me thinking and talking about Buddhism. The annihilation of philosophy that has happened with that Dalai Lama situation, and all of his cronies, as I like to call them, has really offended me to the core of my being, because they've really taken the idea of the individual out of the picture and said it's really irrelevant. Well, the individual matters. If the individual of you doesn't matter, then the individual next to you doesn't matter. Then that homeless person down the road outside the shop doesn't matter, right? But I think that's how they catch us. I think we're meant to, through the individual, we build the collective to be strong. When we become collectivist in our cosmology, in our philosophies, in our belief structures, I think we weaken the collective, because we can only give to the collective what is our individual heritage to share with the group. And so it's almost like they want us to lose our individuality and become a group identity, so that we no longer have anything of value to give the group. so that the group can be joysticked by, you know, a group of people. But like Dr. K says, it's really up to us to take responsibility. It's really up to us to start taking action. It's really up to us to start being activists. And being activists doesn't mean you need to throw rotten tomatoes, although that can be a bit of fun sometimes. It involves taking responsibility for what we think, for what we choose to believe, for what we choose to hold inside ourselves. Because if this holographic universe truly is what we are proposing it to be, then our thoughts are building structures that our consciousness field will navigate in the resolution of what we call reality. And so we need to bear in mind that every idea that we allow ourselves to entertain, right? Entertains us. And so if we are being entertained by ridiculous ideas, then Hollywood's entertain will be appealing to us. We'll peel away our layers of individuality until we're just a collectivist shell. So we need to start taking responsibility for our minds. If we do observe any entertainment, we need to have an attitude towards entertainment. We cannot be passively entertained. We need to be actively entertaining ourselves. This is, I think, the key, taking responsibility, taking our joystick and our idea into our own hands of who we are, what we stand for. Do you know how many people are scared of homeless people? It blows my mind. They won't talk to them. They won't interact with them. In Europe and in the UK, a lot of people believe, oh, you mustn't give homeless people food. You mustn't. No, you mustn't. There's charity organizations. You give them the money and they'll take care of the homeless people. They honestly believe this nonsense. Even though when it's well known that what's the biggest charity in the UK? I forget the name. 1 pence of every pound goes where it's meant to go. 99 pence gets lost in the cracks. So if you got £1 or £2 to feed a homeless person for the day, rather give those £2 to a company and that 1 pence will get to that person. Something to think about, the way we've been structured into thinking that we need to follow this narrative that's been fed to us. I think this is the problem, fear. And so this brings us back to this conversation, all this fear-mongery, right? Trying to mess with and create new solar eclipses because they've noticed they can feed us with fear and they can make us eat the fear, and they tricked us into being afraid. And what is it that we actually need to fear? What is there that we actually need to fear? I think fear is relevant. I think fear is important. I think there are certain things that need to be feared, right? I think we should be damn afraid of becoming husks, of shells. I think we should be afraid of losing our individuality to becoming a collectivist expression of something that's surreal, that's not genuine. I think we should be terrified of losing our integrity, disintegration of who we are. I think we should be horrified at the possibility of losing the authenticity from which we can author the right path, find our own direction through life without needing to be programmed. So this brings us to the indoctrination. Yes, Dr. K.
Well, you're going to have to be programmed. Everybody's going to have to be programmed. We don't work without programming. Our parents are arguably the first ones to program us. We have to reprogram ourselves. And anybody who's familiar with the very first Matrix, how Neo was learning things through downloads of being uploaded. instantly to him. That's what your phone is. And the phone is a mimicry of your mind. That's what you do naturally. So it doesn't take very long to learn something, but we have to learn. We have to do the actual work of reprogramming. Otherwise, that work will always be done for us.
So yeah, indoctrination. Exactly what we're talking about, yeah, the programming. And the scales of these programming. Well, what would you say is the first thing to start to actually do to start the deprogramming procedures? To give people more practical ideas.
I would say just knowing that you're programmed is the beginning, and accepting that. Once you realize that you're programmed, you start to realize that like it's kind of a choice if you want to be how you are or try to be a different way. And then comes the battle of trying to face the ego that's going to try to maintain you being a creature of habit and going in ways that are familiar. Once you try to go away from the familiar, you have to battle the ego, and that can be difficult and challenging. In alchemy, it's considered to be battling the inner dragon. So that can be a challenging battle, but it's definitely well worth the battle and the challenges and the journey.
I'm looking at the word program, and I'm noticing that the word gram is in it. And the gram is a measurement of substance, mass. And to be pro gram is to be pro mass, is to be pro physical limitations. Because mass I see as an extension of physical limitation. So we're so used to the idea that we have to deprogram. What would be the opposite? Program. What's the opposite of gram?
Pro ether. Pro astral.
I would say identity, maybe. Yeah, exactly.
Pro metaphysics.
Identity. So, like, and what's the opposite of pro? Would be
anti.
After or below.
Sub.
To come from the identity. I don't know if there's words that mean that. When we're coming from the identity, when we're putting more importance on the identity, less importance on
Genesis.
the person and more importance on the identity of the person, of the animal, of ourselves. I don't know. What do you think? Just rummaging with words. Because I do think that we've been taught to remove our identity from the picture. You need to remove your identity from the picture in order to be programmed. Because you are what you are and you will be what you will be. And as children, we have an identity. And we are programmed away from our identity in order to become program. And that means materialism. So program, the word program to me means become induced by materialism. And so to become induced by materialism, we want to be reduced from spiritual.
Maybe.
Welcome, take a little trip. I hope you're good. I hope you're doing well. So that brings us back to meditation, doesn't it? shadow work, all the things we're talking about, understanding. So it's almost like we need to step away from the physical world. What do you guys say about that? Is that a form of escapism or what?
It can be seen as escapism, but any form of entertainment would be also considered escapism. Anything towards doing something for the immediate self and for the self only, based upon many systems, would be not only escapism but haram. You know what I mean? So there's there's a level to these operating systems, within cultures, within boundaries. All of these things exist in the mind, and they exist in the mind first. What everybody's telling you without telling you is whatever I show you, you're going to create. And the younger I show it to you, the longer, stronger, and further you're going to create it. So this is why, children's programming is so, important. It's so hard for so many people in the world to see McDonald's as an evil thing, because they grew up playing in the playpen or the play place, eating Happy Meals. And you can't understand why you drive down the street and get happy when you see those golden arches. Like that's programming at its finest, and it exists on all and every level. And every program you have, essentially, if you have one or more parents, comes based upon an opinion that was given to you, that wasn't generated naturally by you, right? And that's the real work, to understand the hows and the whys. Who are you first, without your pain? Going to that real no self space. Then you can determine what your programs are and how to rewrite them. So, you have to face your fear. You have to understand your character program, your character profile, in order to truly be able to break it and rewrite it.
I think that's the key. And it comes back down to the authenticity and the identity, finding our own identity. And so I mentioned superstition before. I believe that superstition was primitive PSYOPs, if I can use those words. Maybe not so primitive. They taught us that there was a word superstition, right? And it would have been considered at a certain time in history to be superstitious if you believed in ghosts. Right? As if ghosts don't exist. They managed to fool us into becoming, I'm not superstitious, because it's not cool to be superstitious. It makes you stupid. This is the kind of brainwashing they put into us. So they washed our indigenous cultural knowledge away from us. A lot of superstition, the more you go into it, the more it's just truth. It's just maybe misunderstood truth, and very often people get afraid because when you're looking at the spiritual world, it's like you said, looking at darkness. Darkness evokes its emotions of fear unless you've refined your shadow. That's where our dear friend Indy comes in. Indy is all about helping people find and resolve their shadow, because if you haven't resolved your shadow, well, the dark night of the soul awaits you. And that can be scary at times. Let's call it what it is. The dark night of the soul can be painful, and we fear pain. I mean, who doesn't fear pain? Like, why? Because pain's lots of fun. No, it's not a lot of fun. So when we look at it, it's quite easy to see how fear and pain are connected, and the universe can be a painful place. So the idea of wanting to avoid pain, how do they give us all the technology? They give us. We built the technology, but it was advertised to us that we needed this technology and we needed that technology and we needed all the other technology. And so we fill our homes with a lot of crap and trash that we probably don't need in order to make us more lazy. I noticed these people have got these little robots that go around vacuuming the room. This is the thing now. These little like bots that vacuum the room for you. And they go up and down corridors and they go around in circles. And some people here have got them. They're becoming popular. And soon people are going to have like robots that do the shopping for them and robots that do this. And like, what are you going to do for yourself? So I think we've become such a culture that's trying to avoid sweat, trying to avoid pain of any sort. Like the pain of having to pick up heavy things in your garden and go and do garden work, because there's a little bit of pain on your body in order to do a bit of strain. So what? We get robots to do it for us. The pain of doing your own whatever, bending down to have to clean and do it. It's easier to just sit on a couch and relax, right? It's less painful. But it actually causes more pain fundamentally. I think we are trapped. And welcome Naraka. I hope you're good. I hope you're having an absolutely awesome day, all of you guys here. I think this is an interesting point for us to look at. The way superstition was used to rid us of our cultural heritage of knowledge, and the way we were schooled into becoming soft. And you don't find farmers being so afraid, or do you? Think of how afraid people are of little insects. It's ridiculous. People see spiders, they want to kill them. They see a snake, they want to kill it. Like a farmer is like much more chilled. Like, yeah, it's just spiders. So my farm's full of them. So I think the moment they got us to stop farming, stop interacting with nature, we then had to become afraid of all these little mysteries in nature that we didn't know or understand because we didn't interact with them. And so it fed us to become more afraid. And the more we sort of retreated into the safety of our little walls and our electric fences. If you're in South Africa, it's electric fences. I do not have electric fences around my house. I refuse to have an alarm system in my home. I will not live in fear. I will live with a katana on my mantelpiece. It's not about being afraid. It's about being ready. So, but it's very rare for people in this country to live without an alarm system or an electric fence, basically, if they can afford it. So, I do think that we're living in a very strange world. And I'd love you guys to start also. Well, what do you think? Should we become superstitious again? Maybe it was a better way to be. And I don't mean negative superstition. I mean superstition as in like where it comes from.
Superstition comes from ignorance. Period. You know what I mean?
Are you sure? I'm looking at it like this. What we call superstition was the Dogon tribe would have been called superstitious because of their beliefs. Superstitious to think that dancing around in a circle is going to actually affect anybody else's consciousness. It's superstitious to believe that I can dance, go into a trance, and affect the weather. That's superstition. According to the word superstition, it's superstitious to believe that you can communicate with those that have passed away from life. It's also superstitious to believe that there are beings that are not physical that you can communicate with, and that they can communicate and affect us, and we can affect them. That's all superstition.
It was once superstitious to believe that praying to a god could change your fate. It was once superstitious to believe that asking your mother to change an ingredient in the soup would stop you from being poisoned by it. It was once superstitious to hitchhike. You know what I'm saying? Like superstition exists. Like even the example that Indy gave about moving south. I'm not far from you here in Virginia. You know what I'm saying? Like there's some very, very interesting beliefs, and they're only superstitions because people don't know. Some people. There's a very real truth here we have to admit. A lot of people want to be scared. A lot of people want to be ruled. A lot of people want to be told what to think. In much the same way, you have people who may love horror films for whatever reason. Some people may be excited. Some people may love to be afraid. I can't tell you the last movie I saw that actually scared me. I don't scare easy. Life is far more scary. You know what I mean? But that's just me. But you have a vein of people who enjoy horror, who enjoy fear, who enjoy gore, and that's a very real thing for them. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but that's a truth that we have to admit, and that's in all things. So there's always going to be a vein of natural resistance against a certain progression as far as society is involved. Because no matter what, we're forced to look at things through the eyes of society, perhaps even community, some of us. But the reality is, it encompasses all of this. These are your neighbors.
I agree. We've got to take charge of our narrative. We've got to start looking at things. Like I'm in a land here which is very interesting. Where I am, the Khoisan people used to paint animals on the walls. They used to paint themselves catching that animal, and they believed that that would make them catch the animal. And you know what? I reckon they were right. Maybe I'm superstitious, but I'm happy to be superstitious. I think we need to own that. I think we need to say, so what? This whole lie about superstition needs to be uncovered. We need to blow it out of the water, and we need to all start looking at this reality we're living in, which is a multidimensional reality of octave. The entire universe is sound. That's how I like to think of the universe. It's just a big vibrational field, and nothing is what it seems, and it's just a ride. And even death, I believe, if you ask me honestly, I believe it's superstitious to believe that you die. But because I don't believe death is real. I think death is the biggest trick that we've been fallen into. I think this is where the whole fear story found its wings, as it were. Tricking us into believing that we die. When we don't die, my experience of it is that we just go somewhere else. it's like getting into a lift. Okay, done with this one. Where are you going next? So where's this whole concept of death come from? I mean, that's the big PSYOPs, is it not? And that's why we've disassociated from our shadow. Would you say that's right, Indy? Have we disassociated from our shadows because we're afraid of dying? Fundamentally. Maybe you can or can't hear me. Indy, are you with me?
I'm with you. I feel like we disassociate from our shadows because we're afraid to live. And oftentimes we welcome death because we're too afraid to be authentic. And that fear controls us sometimes. And it's hard to take charge of that. Yeah, that's a difficult one to manage, but it's not impossible, sometimes it can take longer. But when you're trying to overcome the programming of fear induced, I guess what I would say is restrictions on your freedom. When that can take away your ability to be yourself and the ability to share certain feelings, that can be extremely detrimental. For some people, they're blocked from being able to cry, blocked from being able to be angry. But a lot of people, they have their limit. But certain people, they're damn. My girlfriend just wrecked my garden bed. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go fix it up.
I saw an interesting point being mentioned in here. I'm sorry, I zoned out a minute. My little boy came in. It's 9 o'clock. He's only getting into bed now. Cheeky little bugger. Anyway, his mom lets him get away, push the limits. Saturday night. It's not that bad, but it's later than he should be. An interesting point here is bad luck. Now, that's an interesting discussion. Luck. What is luck? Good luck, bad luck. I would say that reading of the omens is what we consider luck. Yeah? I mean, if we want to look at Luch. Who was Luch? Luch is one of the brothers from the Celtic legends. And who are we talking about in the Celtic legends? The two brothers, Enki and Enlil. Same blooming story that's being repackaged in every different culture, as far as I can tell. Are you back, Indie brother? You want to continue?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, so what I was saying was when you're trying to overcome fear-induced programming, it can be very difficult to overcome, but one of the ways in which you can do it is through going to the root of that and being able to give yourself, change the direction of your attention of being towards the person that you're blaming for the problem, the person that caused your issues in your mind. And you can turn your attention towards self-love and self-forgiveness for enduring through that experience and being able to be strengthened by it. Once you can shift your understanding of it hurt me and it made me weaker to an understanding of I endured through that and it made me stronger. I helped to build resilience. I've been through a lot and it's made me be able to go through more. It maybe have prepared me for future battles to come. And when you see things in a different light like that, it can really shift the way that it feels in your heart. And so that can really open up doors that were closed and take down walls that were blocking you out from being able to be back to your authentic self.
I like that, the authentic self coming through. And it's sort of the same ideas that we've been sort of breaking into, which is really the identity, right? It's all about the identity. So the only thing that breaks the programming that we've received, getting stuck in this materialism attitude, is identity, is the self. So to thine own self be true, all these paradigms, self-knowledge is great knowledge. These are the essential, bumper stickers of spirituality that are fundamentally true. And this luck story, it's an interesting concept. Luck. Luch. So Luch represents, I think, light. Luch is literally light in Germanic and Afrikaans and probably Dutch languages, all of those roots of languages. And so, and then light is also not being, okay, so yeah, we're getting interesting. Gram is mass. Mass is heavy. Light is not heavy. It's not programmed. It's not program heavy density. It's light, lighter than density. It's also luch. Luch is something that you can carry. It's light. Luch is also what comes out of the stars. and the heavens and the sun. So I believe that the word luck has been taken from the idea of light enough to carry, and light that streams into us and that feeds plants in order for sugars to be transmuted from the energy present in light. So from that vein, one can consider luck to be when one has a lot of light, one is lucky, because the light means one is light enough to overcome the gram mass, and one is light enough to see which way to go. Don't go there. I'm going to step on a scorpion. It's dark. Go over there. I can see with the light. I'm not going to step on a scorpion. That was lucky. I didn't step on the scorpion because I could see him. As the metaphor goes. So I think that from an ancient perspective, light was considered luck, and that there's an etymological connection if we go back far enough into the Saxon roots of these words, which come from Celtic roots, I imagine, but you can't say, because they're all interconnected in a web of an almost endless web of words and languages that are extensions of ideas. But so if we take this as light means luck, then when you have a lot of light, you have a lot of potential, and you have a lot of possibility to overcome your challenges. So what would be bad luck was when you don't have enough light, when you become dense, when you become solid, when you become programmed. That's bad luck. Because you don't have enough luck, good luck, to get you over your obstacles. So I think it comes from the shaman reading the omen to let you know when you don't have enough light, or what you're supposed to do when you recognize bad luck or bad light, not enough light, is to go into your shadow. What do you say, Indy? Is that how you overcome bad luck? Go into your shadow, figure out why you're creating this bad luck for yourself?
Yeah. You can start to imagine your blessings in disguise. And once you see things in a different light, first you're seeing them as a bad omen. Then you're seeing it as a mystery. Then you can eventually see the silver lining in the cloud. And you can know that even though, a rainstorm is coming, that without the rains, that the flowers won't bloom. It could take on many forms. So there's many different layers to even the analogy of the cloud. And so when we see these blessings in disguise, there's many tales in which we see people go through adversity and hardships that were actually a blessing in disguise that could help them in the long run. And there's a really powerful imagery that I saw recently. It was a horseshoe that's turned upside down, that's flowing out bad luck or misfortune. And then below it was a bigger horseshoe that was collecting all that and turning it back into good fortune. So I think that's a good analogy for life. If you can see things with that perspective, where there's a bigger, greater horseshoe below that's all raising up, even though there's small things that are happening that are misfortunes above, then we can really see things in a better light and make the best of things and turn things around for ourselves. And really, instead of those things that were bumps in the road that were making us want to give up, are now the things that are bumps in the road that are giving us strength to move higher and move forward. So it's a really interesting dynamic transformation.
I love that you mentioned the horseshoe. I couldn't have done better. And totally on the wavelength that you're surfing here is the right one, I think. Makes sense to me. But the horseshoe, that's a very interesting concept, because the horse is obviously sacred to Deus Peter, the first of the deities in Sanskrit, or to Jupiter, or to Zeus. The horse represents personal power from a shamanic perspective, because it represents freedom. It represents the freedom to come and go. And on another level, the horse represents where you've been, represents the journey you've gone through in life. So by hanging a horseshoe upside down, you're suggesting to your subconscious, I want to tap in all of the experience of my life and drain it and drip it onto my current circumstances. I want to let the good luck of those powerful animals of horses, the good energy, the light energy that represents Zeus, pour out of the thing that they stood on. Because I see the horses being sacred. I want the sacred energy of the horse, the spirit of the horse, to be able to drip onto me and my circumstances, onto my home. I want the horseshoe to stand like an arch above my door. You see, now we've got the arch. The arch is also a very ancient emblem. So when we start looking at the symbolism behind the arch, we're looking at the beginning of Nuit. Nuit. Now, Nuit, in South Africa, we say, Nooit, bro. Nooit. Nooit means like, no way, dude. Nooit. So it literally cancels out things. Nooit will cancel out all the negativity. If someone comes into your house with a bad attitude, Nooit will sort it out. Nooit. Nooit means don't come in. Nooit. Like, Nooit. I'm not having that one in my house. That one's bad juju. Nooit. No ways. So in South Africa, we recognize the word Nooit. And we actually use it, which is very interesting. Wonder where that comes from. Yeah. But it's interesting looking at this horseshoe because it's got so much that we can unpack with it magically. And obviously it does represent the powers of Jupiter, because Jupiter's power is the expansive power and the expansive power of joviality, Jove by Jove. And so jovial is resonating with the Ia, U, I, Iawe, right? I, O, U, E, 5 vowels. The vowels are important. That's the tetragrammaton, as it's pronounced in like the ancient times, Chaldea, and before Chaldea, Phoenicia. And that Ia is the original name of Enki, of course, back to Sumeria. So Ia and Ua and O as a rotating point. So Iawe is a 5 series of vowels that you can cycle round and round to produce good luck. And Ia is what became, okay, so Zeus Sudra. Zeus Udra is the name of Enki's, is it his 6th or his 7th son? Enki being Ea, the first part of what is the God name in Hebrew, Ea, Yot, He, which represents Chokmah, wisdom, represents the father, Abba. Abba is the personality of Ea, and Enki considered the father of Zeus Udra. Zeus Udra is the first, you see, Enki. Okay, let me tell the story quickly. Enki, now we're getting into superstition. This is what they don't want us to do, right? Oh, this is superstition. Enki was looking at the woman after that they had taken the evolution. They had been breeding, and the men and the women had been breeding amongst each other, and the Anunnaki were very happy with them. And Enki had noticed one very beautiful woman had caught his eye. And anyway, he went and poured his seed into her. But it was a secret. The child was Zeus Udra. So there's the word Zeus in its Sumerian habitat. Like, this is way back. And by the way, I want to point out that was, I think that was in the 11th char of the Sumerians being here. Now, the 11th char, no, I could be wrong. Sorry. It's round about the 6th set of tablets that Adam and Eve created. So that must be around about the 7th set of tablets. That must be around about 25 times 3,500. 70, 80,000 years after the Sumerians arrived here. specifically in terms of the date. And what followed was, I think, 270,000 years of the Sumerian catalog. And that ended sometime before. So we don't know how long ago, but more than hundreds of thousands of years ago. Let's just say that, just to give us an idea. Ziusudra is the first son of Ea, Enki, and the human woman. And that is Moses. No, not Moses.
Noah. No.
Noah.
Yeah.
Noah. There we go.
Good
So
navigation.
Ziusudra is the one who saved the human race from the deluge. Well, what he could. Oh, by the way, not everybody died from the flood. The Bible was wrong, because they discovered a whole lot of humans had survived of their own accord. In fact, they speak about finding 4 sets of humans that had survived, like brothers and sisters. They had been sitting on rafts and stuff, and they had managed to survive the flood. So not everybody was destroyed by the flood, interestingly enough. So even though it rained for 40 days and 40 nights, at least there was a source of water to drink. Think about it. And you can fast for 40 days and 40 nights. So anyway, the Ziusudra, Zeus, is relating to that offspring of Enki, Ea, the god Ea, as we know it, which brings the good luck of the idea of against all odds, right? Here's the idea of where it comes from. Against all odds, Ziusudra was able to save himself, his family, and much of the human race. What an interesting concept. So if you can survive a great flood by having foresight enough to build the ark, okay, he was told by his father, who he didn't really know was his father, not directly, his father indirectly told him, because he had made a pact with his brother Enlil that he wasn't going to tell. So he had to speak, he had to hide behind reeds and speak at a wall. And Ziusudra heard the voice coming out of a wall. He thought it was like being spoken to, but like he thought it was like, this is Moses in the burning bush kind of scene, this embodied voice. But so you can see the associations from these superstitious ideas. They go back to an ancient time when there was a cataclysm that was survived by someone. And anybody that could have survived the cataclysm has got to have some special quality about them. And Ziusudra lived for, I think Ziusudra lived for like 70 or 80 char. A char is 3,600 years. So Ziusudra lived for hundreds of thousands of years. So this is the demigods that we are hearing about in the Greek chronicles. Same thing, right? The Greek chronicles are telling us a story. Ra. Who was Ra? Ra was Enki's other son, who was known as Ra, took on the name Ra after proclaiming himself as a god, because the Anunnaki wanted to tell us that they were going to be gods, because they needed us to work for them. They needed our gold, basically. So when we look at where superstitions come from, yeah, brother.
What was his Mesopotamian name? Was that Shumash or someone else?
I think Shamash is one of the names related to it, or Shemesh, Shamosh. That might be an Arcadian name that lived through from Arcadia, because Arcadia had, I think, Shemesh. Although Shamash is actually a name that comes from Sumerian. I've got to go and look this up. I've got to go and brush up on my Sumerian legends before I do that. We're doing a show, by the way, Dr. K, on the Sumerians. Not next week, the week after. I pray you're going to join us. I think it's going to be an awesome show.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I'll definitely be here for that.
Is that there's a DAPA Nonce in
Yeah,
Bililu.
Dapa was one of the earliest sons. Soldier. Marduk. Sorry. Marduk is Ra.
Oh, wow. Marduk is
He proclaimed himself. I'm sure it was Marduk that proclaimed himself as a god and took on the name Ra.
Marduk took
Because
on
he was Enki's son.
Amun-Ra later. Ra came earlier. A different figure, who then Amun-Ra or Marduk stole the figure of. He also stole the title of Nibiru, the Great Destroyer. Changed it to his name.
Marduk is the son of Enki. No, yeah, he's Enki's son.
He is. But he follows in his uncle Enlil's archetype.
He was with Enlil ruling the world.
Yeah.
And Enki had been pushed to the side.
Mm-hmm.
But Marduk had been given, but he had never been given respect. And so he was the one that went to side with the Ijiji that came from Mars.
Yeah, they promised.
And he was the reason why the 200 Ijiji landed on Earth to take human wives.
Mm-hmm.
It was a prohibition. They weren't supposed to.
Marduk led them here.
That's the angels.
As his soldiers. He also banned with the humans to be his legions, and then we all got banned from the gods. They evacuated and left us in the dark. That's when our history begins. But we find these antediluvian scripts that I don't know if people are able to share about their decipherment. But there's one called Vatanian from the secret school of Agartha. They are very similar to Enochian and Proto-Hebrew, Linear A and B. They'll have a lot of similarity, but there's very noticeable symbols in the antediluvian scripts. They a lot of times will have a trident in many marine symbols, waves and tridents and such. A lot of astronomy, because to navigate by the sea, you have to navigate by the stars. So a lot of astronomy symbols in their language.
So definitely, I think like a lot of our what we call superstition is like a remnants of our sort of back of our minds tickling at very ancient history, and like little things like hanging horseshoes on our was sort of ways that we would remember ancient things, and we forgot that those were like triggers to remember ancient things and to remember the deluge. I think that relates to the deluge. Yeah. And it sort of even relates to like the horseshoes, like the deluge falling over the top, but somehow you survive it, you know.
Yeah.
And that it's very lucky to survive a flood.
Especially the horses, because the horses were said to have been the first domesticated land animal by Atlantis, by Neptune, or what's his other name? Can't think of it.
Yeah, they didn't mention horses too much in the Sumerian legends, as far as I recall. I remember them mentioning sheep and goats, because they brought the sheep and goats. They actually brought them from Nibiru here, along with the seeds of what we know as food, or what was food.
In the Greek story, they say that Neptune was the first to domesticate animals, and he domesticated the dolphins and the horses. And this is back in the time before the flood of Atlantis. And they've actually found domesticated horses in the cave of the new findings that they found of our relative in Asia, that's also a hominid, the Denisovans. In Denisova Cave, they found ceremonial jewelry and domesticated horses from 40,000 years ago, which more than doubles the age of domesticated animals that we had expected before that. We thought dogs were the first around 12,000 years ago. And we're now talking about 30 or 40,000 years ago, where horses were domesticated. And so those symbols probably do go way back with the horses and the horseshoes. I'm not sure when the technology of the horseshoe came into being, but you could imagine that it had probably been around, or some form of it, for many ages.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be unpacked when we start looking at the nature of the superstitions that we've got. And as we dismantle one after another, when we look at it through occult eyes, we'll start seeing hidden truths revealed. And I think all of the superstitions, all of the ones that I've looked at, when I dismantle them, I see, hold on, this is just cultural indoctrination by the church that didn't want us to remember our history, our cultural legacies that were washed out of us. We were told, like, you will have no other God but this God. You will have no graven images in your temples except for a cross on the wall with a man hanging on the cross. That one's fine. But don't you dare put a cow next to that cross on the wall. There's only idol allowed in the church is that one, and we were told we couldn't have idols and we couldn't have this and that. But when we look at it, I mean, it's all the same thing. And all of the pantheons are the same pantheon. I see all of the pantheons as being one pantheon. I see them all as being reflecting the same original Sumerian story. It's like we've been sort of bamboozled into thinking in a way that sort of causes us to pigeonhole things into one thing. But I think that history is it's the same story. When I look at the story of the Celts and I look at the story of the Babylonians and I look at the story of, it's the same story being told over and over again. It seems a lot of our old stories, and it always comes back down to two brothers at war, just about, not at war, but one wanting to help humanity and one wanting to do bad things to humanity, shall we say. Enlil wanted us to all perish in the flood. If it wasn't for Enki wanting to save his son, Zuhustra, then we would have all perished. Well, maybe most of us. And the irony of it is that it was humanity that grew food for the Sumerians in the end. We made it so that their planet could survive. And so in the end, it was even Enlil that said, let's cast the die where it will fall and allow fate to follow its own course, and allow, if these humans are to claim the planet, let them have the planet, let it be theirs. So it's interesting how the good guys became the bad guys, even in those ancient stories. And so the idea of good and bad, Enlil is often seen as the bad guy. But when you really go and read the sagas of the original, the Lost Book of Enki, as it's known, where was that found? I must look it up. It was found in the tablets, the sets of tablets. It's original. It's original tablets. Cuneiform writing, I believe. So it's quite old. But so I think superstition, cultural indoctrination, religious indoctrination, and now social indoctrination. What about social indoctrination? Wokeism. Isn't that just another form of religion?
Yeah, I like to call it black sheepalism. They're kind of leading a herd of black sheeple. They're making the black sheep into black sheeple and leading them down a road of insincerity, taking advantage of their appeal to conspiracies and leading them off of the path that holds truth into a path of darkness. To just a divisive mechanism, one of their many divisive schemes.
I can't. I can't do that. I refuse to give that power away. It's ignorance. You call it what you want. If it makes you sleep better at night, to call it wokeism or to call it occult, to call it whatever, because all of it does the same thing. All of it, whether you're smoking crack or you're drinking coffee or you're watching Regis and whoever, like, call it what you want, but it's still going to exist. If you think that, you wake up and you look at a world that something has to be corrected, something has to be fixed, the problem exists in your mind, not the world. The world is a reflection of your mind. So, if someone wants to give that power away to these powers that shouldn't be from people in faces that you ain't never gonna see and never gonna do anything about, then by all means go ahead and do it. But I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even entertaining, call it what you want. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody's gonna take a problem with that. And so you should call it, you should be calling it this. And what about this over here? So, there's always going to be a sword to pick up and a war that somebody wants you to fight for them. If you want to go fight, go do it. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Call it what you want. The only thing that we're here to fight is ignorance. I don't care what you call it.
I feel like a lot of things have transformed through time, where we have different names for things, where there was angels and demons and now there's star seeds. I feel like a lot of this stuff all refers back to like really important mystical symbols and understanding, but can be misconstrued. And then sometimes people learn a misconstrued misunderstanding of something that really had higher value, which we can call an aspect of the simulacra, where they're worshiping or valuing something that's a symbol of something that represented something else that they lost track of. But we could see that there's, all truths are half false, in the sense that people can all misinterpret truths. But we can all see that there is some merit to all understandings and just to all lines of philosophy and thought and worldviews. So when we say that one thing is false or misled, whereas other things are not, there's always going to be some aspect of ego that's going to value one's own perspective and hold it higher than others, until one starts to learn the value of being able to put your perspective aside and be able to listen and understand other perspectives first without holding a critical eye. That takes a bit of training for some, but it's a very good thing to be able to do, to be able to really listen. It's hard. It's much harder to be able to truly listen than it is to voice up every thought that comes up when somebody conjures up an idea for you. It takes discipline to be able to stop your own thinking and be able to turn it off and put it aside and be able to go back to listening a lot of times for some people. And that can be affected from mercury exposure. If you have mercury amalgams, it can affect your attention span profoundly. So there's different things in our diets. Like I like seafood and I get exposed to mercury from that diet, but I take chelating agents. But that's just a side tangent. But the ability to be able to focus and be able to respond with a positive demeanor, it requires some resilience to be able to listen to somebody else's perspective that does not align with your own, that you may see as a contradiction of your own, or you may see it as ridiculous. But that kind of a line of thinking where somebody's line of thinking doesn't make sense, it really has more to do with the other person's lack of an understanding and the ability to look further, to reconcile their lack of understanding. So if we could all be able to look a little deeper, and we'll see that whether you're saying that you need to do self-mastery under the name of guidance from your ancestors, from angels, from starseed channeling, call it what you will, you know. And if you think that this is just a physical world, or you think that this is a simulation world of a higher plane in which this illusion or Maya is happening here, those two things can be reconciled, or in your mind maybe they can't be reconciled. But in Discordianism, the philosophy of Robert Anton Wilson, he considers all of those possibilities, that things can be true, false, or nonsense, or any combination or permutation of the three for each individual, which has value to be able to understand and acknowledge that.
Beautifully put, brother. And I think there's a lot to unpack there. You know, being able to be open, yeah, is how we become expansive, like the skies. From the shamanic perspective, the air, you know, the heavens, expansiveness. Nightfall Noah has asked a very interesting question. I've sort of kept it up. Can we please explain the difference between indoctrination and knowledge? Anybody want to jump onto that?
Please. Indoctrination is what you get in school. It is the ability to regurgitate what you are force-fed repetitiously over time, as opposed to knowledge or perhaps book smarts, information that you have learned and now have exercised. So you have a knowledge of said thing. You can read about a forest. You can walk through a forest and have a completely different experience. That is knowledge, as opposed to just information that you have either been fed or fed yourself.
Yeah, I think indoctrination comes a lot along with believing. You're told things, you're told to believe them. A lot of times they lack a substance of a framework of a foundation of those thoughts to be able to really have understanding of what you believe in or what you have knowledge of, if you can call it knowledge. In indoctrination, I think you would say it is knowledge, but it's probably misinformation or disinformation a lot of times, or it's littered with that. A lot of times there's a bait of true information or truth that brings people in to be given misinformation or disinformation as a poison. So, but when you have true wisdom and you have true understanding and self-knowledge, that's a very different thing. And I think in those pursuits, you cannot really just give what you're fed. You have to, it's a process in which you probably ask a lot of questions and have to go through a lot of the understanding by taking steps yourself to experience from, to gain knowledge from experience. And that's where the real wisdom comes in, gaining knowledge from true experience yourself, instead of just learning it in a book. You have to go out and practice that knowledge that you've learned and see if it's applicable and real. And so when you've seen things to be real, that's when you gain understanding. But it's not that understanding can't have ignorance. Sometimes we will come to overgeneralizations from our information that we get from our experiences. And so it's good to be able to be keen on staying humble about whether you could be wrong. There could be more to the picture, because we're always learning. We never really fully understand things in their entirety, which can be a beautiful thing. There's always an ability to grow and an ability to learn more, which is amazing.
Yeah, I think that's some gold mine to unpack there. Both gold mines to unpack. And I like to play with words. I like to look at words and dismantle words. But definitely, I mean, from a Kabbalistic perspective, you would say in the Kabbalah, it is said that wisdom enters into understanding and knowledge is the child. Knowledge is born. What does that mean? Wisdom is experience, like you're saying, the experience. And understanding is the ability to conceive. So understanding is like the mother, has the ability to conceive. Wisdom is experience and has the ability to create. Right? So there's a creative impulse in wisdom, the creative kind of an intelligence. Understanding is a conceptual type of intelligence. So when the creative intelligence is embedded within the conceptual intelligence, what is left is the creative concept of truth. And so the creative concept of truth is knowledge from a Kabbalistic perspective. So when we look at the word knowledge, we look at a knoll. A knoll is, you know how a tree grows? Jacob climbs the ladder to truth, right? To heaven. And the ladder that is climbed is the tree of life, the tree of knowledge. And so the tree has knolls on it, the knolls. And the knolls is like little warps, the way the tree has grown due to the experience of the elements that are acting upon the tree grows in a particular way, in a particular place. And that knoll has an edge to it. So there's an edginess to that knoll. That knoll makes the wood stronger, makes the tree have less likely to break. A tree with lots of knolliness in it, knoll, you know, those like little warpy knoll things, is a tree that won't break in the wind. A tree that doesn't have many knolls is a tree more likely to break. So knowledge implies strength and power. So that's why, like, knowledge will set you free, but it will also empower you, because knowledge is power, because it's the applied experience of conceptual realization that is embodied in a powerful dynamic expression of that experience that can embody the conceptual intelligence. So it means that physics and science is a product of knowledge. Being able to build something that does something is a product of knowledge, because it was your experience that taught you to know that this works like this. So your conceptual intelligence said, well, if I can apply that to fit into these experience parameters of mine, then I should be able to cause this to happen. So knowledge is also the source of magic. Being able to alter consciousness at will means one has to have an experience of how the consciousness field works, and then the conceptual appreciation of these dynamics in order to alchemically shift and change them. So knowledge is an expression of magic. It's also an expression of science, and I believe it's an expression of art, because I see art and science as being expressions of each other. Art is science with another name. So yeah, that's my 2 cents worth added in. We've fallen behind a little with the comments here. You guys are like really smashing out some interesting comments in the chat, by the way. So we're running towards the wow. We were going to try and keep this conversation to 4 hours. We haven't been able to do it yet. What have we not covered as of yet? What's not been said?
I don't know. Knowledge is to know the edge. So, I don't know. They're trying to push us over the edge, trying to keep us from going over.
I like that. It also means there's no ledge.
Yes.
You're not stuck on a ledge. You're free. You know,
I like
the
that.
whole mountain is yours.
It's inviting. Hunter S. Thompson has a quote that in order to know the edge, you have to go pretty close and a lot end up falling over. I'm paraphrasing, of course. I wish I knew the full quote. If you make it back from the edge.
Yeah, I think that was a really good question. Difference between indoctrination and knowledge, because they are so close to each other. It's so hard sometimes to tell when we've been indoctrinated. From a personal perspective, I think it's very hard to tell because we tend to want to I think we all tend to want to self-aggrandize ourselves. We want to think that we have got something of value, that we know something. You know, I think it's a human nature. And so we are, it's so easy to fall into the temptation of thinking that we know something. I mean, I do it. I'm sure everybody does it. It's par for the course. So that's why we are able to be so indoctrinated, because we are literally arrogant buggers as humans. But I think as well, it's because we are aware of the fact that deep down we have all the knowledge within us. The knowledge is already within us. And like the information on the outside can like draw the knowledge out of us. Can draw it out of us. The way an artist draws sense from within, draws it out, draws it on a page, or you know, changes the image to be in alignment with what they've got within themselves. Trying to catch up with these comments here. Yeah, Nightfall's bringing up some interesting points, you know. Mexico's not from that planet. Definitely more dolphins and horses for me. Yeah, we were lucky enough to see some dolphins a little while ago and some whales. How lucky are we? It wasn't that long ago. What was it, like a month ago? No, it was like a few weeks ago. We saw some dolphins and ochre and dolphins. They were cool. They were a little distance away from us, but we got to look at them with our human eyes and our etheric eyes. We got to feel the excitement of them. And they carry this bubble of excitement with them, don't they? When they move past you, like you can feel them, even if you're like a distance away and you can see them, you feel that excitement of these creatures because they're like, I don't know, they're like us. And so that's another interesting point, you know. People were mentioning Poseidon and the idea of beings. Blacksmith linked to shaman. That's interesting. So yeah, I do think that we've been sort of trained to be disconnected from nature, and that's why we've forgotten to know. Because like I think knowledge is an intuitive thing that we all have the capacity to draw from within us, as the artist does, and use that which has been drawn to produce science. So I would go as far as to say that another aspect of knowledge is authenticity, which is why you can be an author. you know, and why there's such a thing as authority and expertise. Experience being the key. What have we not discussed? Have I missed the... I feel like there's some parts of the topic that haven't been mentioned yet. Or am I wrong?
We didn't say too much about counterintelligence.
Well, I would say the whole counterintelligence is okay. What Dr. K was saying about wokeism. When our weaknesses are used against us, sort of like in martial arts. When you use somebody else's weakness against them, when you use somebody else's techniques against them, right? In martial arts, something that they have a propensity to be weakened to. So counterintelligence is like an example would be when you have Christian people, right? And an idea of the what's that called when everybody's going to get the magic wand gets waved and everybody gets taken up in one blink of an eye? End of the world stuff.
Rapture.
Rapture.
In the rapture.
Sorry, that's how I think of it. That's how I visualize the rapture. That's an example of counterintelligence. I think it's been sort of put out there for gullible people that want to. I don't want to take responsibility. I don't want to have to deal with this life. I just want to know that someone's going to come down here and wave a magic wand and I'm going to be exactly where I want to be. I don't have to do anything. I have to take responsibility. That's how I see it.
Well,
yeah.
That speaks to a deeper issue, you know, because people who would believe in that scenario are suffering with a deep level of mental illness, and we can't pretend like they're not. And it's not just them, but just from that perspective, you know, to believe that there's a God somewhere who would grant you this golden ticket, even though you sat here and watched all this bullshit happen and didn't try to do a thing about it. Like, what kind of God is that? You understand what I'm saying? Like there's a level of ignorance that is beyond self, because once the individual actually thinks for a moment, you know, that the cracks have to appear.
I love that, brother. And that's exactly what it is, man. It's just, you've said it as it is. I just love the way you put it. It cracks me up because it's so direct, and it's like, for me, it's closer to home than what it's far from home. You know, living with people lost in rapture consciousness. I find it a very difficult conversation to have, honestly, with rapture. Can I call them rapturites? Rapturites? Rapturians. Let's call them rapturians. And they don't even rap. If they could rap, I'd maybe be like much more impressed. But the rapturian philosophy is, like you say, it's a proper escapist idea, and that is a form of superstition, I think, that's maybe not so healthy. because you get superstition, you get all sorts of superstition, but that's a whole nother level of superstition, which probably has its roots somewhere. Yeah, because the idea that in an event of a cataclysm, there might be some human beings that could be saved, literally, by other beings, probably, maybe, to maintain. You see, we're like a viable gene pool here on Earth, and there are a lot of other beings in the universe that come here to harvest our DNA, by the seams of things, right? So we've got so much to offer. I mean, I'm not trying to like pump us up, but like we've really got it on. We're a lucky bunch. And even though we've got this, they've messed with our DNA and this and that, we still got it going on in our own way. We're still fairly healthy and natural. We haven't ruined ourselves. And I think a lot of beings, when technology comes, ruin themselves. And I think we're getting to that point now where we've got to be careful, because technology has reached a point where our power has grown beyond our ability to tame it. So we can start genetic modification of humans, we can start genetic modification of our food, genetic modification of animals, genetic modification of everything around us, until we forget where we came from. And that's like what Dr. K was saying about that weakness, getting drawn out of ourselves instead of recognizing what the DNA is. What really bugs me is how people talk about the DNA like it's just code. Yeah, it can be seen as code, but I see DNA as resonant frequencies of vibration, spinning vortices of energy with twin serpents spinning really, really fast around each other in two different directions, creating this dynamic oscillation, which is a toric field. And each DNA strand is a toric field attached to another toric field, attached to another toric field. And they make loops of toric fields. And the loops of toric fields that they make become an acoustic shape and a pattern. And that particular pattern is based on the particular code of that particular DNA frequency, or as it reflects a code that will cause the molecules to grow as per the toric fields that are attached to toric fields that make bigger toric fields. The molecules are now induced to follow those patterns. So the molecules have to grow around those frequencies. And then everything built out from in this way. So that's how I view DNA, as being like, the innate substance of consciousness that manifests reality through us. And so when we think of DNA as just being codes, I think it's so much more. Yeah, I mean, it is a code. It's a code of sound, code of the word. And so this whole idea of requiring someone else to come and save us is ridiculous, because we're not even here. That's my superstition. I don't believe that we're here. What do you guys say about that? Not believing that we're here?
Well, I don't believe anything. Either I know or I don't. And I'm trying to figure it out. But we are not here, and nor have we ever been here. When you look at culture, when you look at spiritual innovation, when you look at what the Kemites or the Egyptians or the Sumerians or the Akkadians or the Phoenicians, some more ancient, the most ancient of cultures, there was a focus on death, what we call death. And they wrote many tomes describing what we now call life, they call death. focused to the point of
Hey, de
facing.
ben je schat.
Ooh, I'm sorry, Sarai. Go ahead. Were you
No, are
saying
you with
something?
us? Please continue.
Oh, sorry about that. Um, my point being, the focus on death was so much so that it didn't leave a question about life. And that has largely been inverted due to ignorance that prophecy tells you was going to come. So, until people do the work to learn that, to see that for themselves, by and large, as we like to say, it has no choice but to get worse. This is the purpose of study. This is the purpose of truly knowing thyself, and that's why that was the only tenet that they had. Once you know yourself, you can begin to really see life is but a dream, and it is an illusion that you paint, you weave, and you do that whether you know you're doing it or not. If you don't know you're doing it, someone will utilize you and help another fantasy come about. It's not just Hollywood.
I like that. I like that. That's so shamanic. Dream time. We're living in Maya. We're fabricating dreams out of the fundamental dream time. And the dream is within a dream, like Russian dolls of dreams. And as we peel away the layers of our dreams, we notice that those dreams are embodiments of a deeper dream. And that these patterns of these dreams are all sort of exponentially expanding from within, like a suit of clothing, layers of the dream, like onions. And as we peel away one aspect of ourselves, one aspect of the fundamental dream of what we think we are, we recognize that it was just the embodiment of another dream. And we just keep peeling away the layers until we get to the point, I suppose, where we've recognized the toric field for what it is. That is an endless loop. We're getting to 4 hours, which is incredible because it doesn't feel like 4 hours. And there's so much interesting conversations going here in the chat. I don't want to miss any of it. Knowledge becomes wisdom when you have digested it. Oh, yes, that's so beautiful, Mexico. The digestion of knowledge. But wisdom is necessary for knowledge. Can you see the egg and the chicken problem? The egg creates the chicken, but the chicken creates the egg. Beautiful the way that is implicit. So we're back to that toric field. Indoctrination is spoon-fed. Yeah, I suppose that's a big part of it. Yep, NASA means to deceive. NASA is also the tip of your nose. What you experience when you're high. NASA. In Sanskrit. So it's very old. So the NASA, if you imbibe psychedelics or entheogens or smoke a good chillum, you get NASA. And the NASA is what takes you on a journey through the Maya, through the dream of your mind, creating a story, a narrative, a fantasy, exactly what we're talking about here. Beautiful the way these synchronicities are all aligning so wonderfully in the conversations, in the chat. So what else is there that we want to say, guys? And Soraya, I heard your lovely little children earlier. What is there that you want to share with us, if you can hear us? Well, I suppose here we are. What are the closing sort of topics, the closing statements that we would like to make with regards to all of this? I mean, what I would like to say is to take away from it is like fear. Fear is the biggest weapon used by the counterintelligence movement. They want us to be afraid. They want us to be afraid because when we're afraid, we don't use our intelligence. And so anything that takes you towards fear is good. But the fear itself is a signal that you've been indoctrinated in some way. Would you say that's an accurate way of looking at it, Dr. K?
Yeah, I can see that.
So we should start looking at fear in a positive way. We should try and find the fear within ourselves. Look at it and go like, what are we afraid of? Really go towards it. Because
it has to be faced. It has to be faced. It serves a function. Its proper function is to rise the hero in you to face whatever task is in front of you. It is not to lord over you and keep you in this cowardice position, worrying about something that is exterior to your will, because it does not have to be so. You face that fear and you take that power back. It only has the power that you choose to give it in any and all cases.
And the funny thing is, when you face fear, how good does it feel? I mean, there's a reason why people like skydiving and bungee jumping and mountaineering, mountain climbing, and I mean, there's a lot of things you can do for kicks. Where's Aaron? He's a bit of a adrenaline junkie. there's a lot of stuff you can do for kicks, which will give you an opportunity to face fear. And it's interesting that the moment you overcome that fear, how good you feel. Isn't it interesting? Huh? Nothing feels as good as overcoming fear. Wow. Maybe nothing's a broad term. I mean, there's some other things that feel pretty damn good, but overcoming fear is really, it's like right up there with the best of them experiences. So there's definitely a lot of strength to be discovered within ourselves that's hidden by fear. So fear is sort of like a signpost. It says, find your inner strength this way. And when you start thinking of fear in such a way, it's suddenly not the boogeyman. It's more like, what would we call it? It's more like the teacher, in a sense. That might sound morbid. But if you're going to be morbid, do it with a smile. That's my philosophy. To have a wonderfully morbid philosophy that's joyful. A joyful, morbid philosophy is the way towards life, I think, in a wonderful way, because from a shamanic perspective, fear is the key. Like a lot of shamanic awakening is brought about by fear. Weird as that sounds, facing fear. Doing crazy stuff is so shamanic. You know, in order to experience and overcome fear. Because when you travel out of your body, believe it or not, it's a little bit scary. So you need to be able to, fear needs to be your friend, if that makes sense. And once fear is your friend, then you've got nothing to fear anymore. I see Indy's busy carefully carrying all sorts of stuff. Dear brother Indy,
I feel like you can't have true courage without being brave in the face of fear. And so I feel like fear is important, like you said, and I feel like anxiety is important. And nobody can understand the importance of this more than people that have naive optimism. They don't have any fear of anything. They just assume everything is going to go their way. They don't have to do anything for it to work out. And so it's hard to find motivation. It's hard to notice the things that other people would be anxious about. And so people that lack fear are grateful for being able to have it, because it's hard to find. But fear is a directional guide. And if we are overwhelmed by it, it becomes detrimental to us and hard to read. But if we listen to our things one at a time as they come up, or if we can look at the things that are coming up and try to trace them back to their roots and try to simplify things a little bit when it comes to using our anxiety or fear as a guide, it can be very helpful to us. You have to be able to temper it, being able to use the fear instead of letting the fear control you. And so that becomes one of the challenging aspects of it. But being able to see the value in something that you used to hold as a negative connotation or something that was detestable or such, being able to see it in a better light will help you, allow you to be able to experience the benefits of the thing that you used to shy away from. And this stuff has a lot to do with shadow. A lot of times the things that we refrain from or detest or have some kind of aversion from come from things that we're blocked from. And so if we can overcome that blockage, even allow ourselves to try it out just one time, it can really help us break down walls and overcome inhibitions that can really limit us. Confront your fears.
that's so beautifully said. I think he summarized it. What do you think, Dr. K?
I think that was absolutely beautiful.
It's like to coin a cricket term or a baseball term. He hit that ball right off the field. Like, it's gone. Don't even look for it. Get out a new ball. And I think baseball is this interesting game, because it's like that's what we've been taught. We've been taught to hit the ball of fear away all the time. When actually what you want to do is you want to catch the ball, which is interesting, It's nobody wants to be a fielder, but fielding is really how you win the game. Yeah, I suppose cricket's like that too. Anyway, what else is there that you'd like to add as a closing statement, dear Dr. K?
I would only say thank you again, Franklin, for the space. Powerful conversation that has to be had at some point, amongst everyone. But there's always a deeper level. And things are multi-dimensional. So, don't be surprised when something can mean something on one level and then that meaning can change dramatically on another level. Keep your mind open. Face your fear and let the hero in you rise and be who you are meant to be, who you wrote and designed yourself and programmed yourself to be. Love, peace, and power to Indy and Soraya and Cosmic and Aaron, and everybody who was able to join us today, everybody in the chat. I think I will be going live tonight on my YouTube channel. So everybody in the Telegram, you'll see a notification, you'll see a link, and I'll try to share that as best I can. Love, peace, and power to Moonfeather, who created the rugged, multi-dimensional profile picture you see emanating my voice. Please send her some energy and hit her up for any kind of digital creation you can imagine. She is absolutely amazing. Shout out to Ronan. We had a wonderful another Trey episode last night. Check that out and face your fear, man. If you don't face it, no one can face it for you. You know, we can point you and we can, give you hints and all that good stuff, but ultimately you are going to have to face it. And you can do it. You wouldn't be here if that were not the case. And don't you ever let anyone tell you different. Love, peace, and power.
So much love, brother. That is such a cool picture. I saw it the moment you arrived. I was like, hey, he's got
Yeah,
himself
it
a
is.
funky, what do you
It's
call
really
that? An
awesome.
avatar. Hello, dear.
Hey,
That is such a cool avatar. Oh, gosh. Dear Moonfeather. I hope she's well. I do need to touch base with her. What about dear Soraya? I'm sure you've got some nuggets for us. Gold nuggets.
well, yeah, a little bit. I mean, I said in the chat that I don't have any fear anymore because I've literally come over everything that I ever feared. Because the moment that you realize that fear is just in your mind, and that you don't have to let it rule your life, then you indeed can use it to your advantage.
That is so true. So very, very, very true. Like in a fight, like martial arts, for example, fear is a good thing. Sharpens your reflexes, sharpens your instincts.
But that is a type of fear that you can. It's a type of fear that gets you going. It's not the kind of fear that freezes you, because that's a type of fear too that you have. But that's what you will experience when you stick to the fear instead of looking past it. Because with any emotion, it's kind of like you have to learn to observe it. Like, okay, I'm feeling this. Why is it? What can I do about it to change it? If it's a negative emotion.
Yeah, totally on board with that. And what a lovely way. Anybody else want to add anything to the round table? I think we've pretty much hit the nail on the head. Indy dropped some bombs, some beautiful bombs. Yeah, any more bombs for us, Indy?
He's preoccupied.
I would just say, stay grateful. The attitude of gratitude can raise your platitude. It's helped me to think of 3 grateful thoughts for every negative thought that I've had. If you're overburdened by anxiety or stress, that can help you.
That's beautiful. Gratefulness. Yes. To be full of greatness is to be grateful. So become great. Become grateful. And the attitude of gratitude, love it. And it leaves no space for latitude.
Exactly.
No space for lassitude, shall we say. And also there's an interesting being grateful. I think you mentioned anxiety. If someone is suffering from anxiety, it's because they're looking towards the future. And the best recipe to overcome anxiety is to be grateful for the past. Because being grateful for the past will help negate the worries about the future. I think that makes sense. So, yeah, man. Thank you all. It's been absolutely lovely hanging with you all. You guys have been hitting us with some really lovely concepts here in the chat. And you guys have been saying a lot. Whoa. Yeah, thank you, Nightfall. And I the idea of that, are you on Telegram, Nightfall? If you're not on Telegram, go on Telegram and just hit at Bush Whisperer Zone, one word, like this. Where's my at sign? At Bush. I've got this dodgy keyboard here. The one thing about this computer is the keyboard. I ought to buy another keyboard because it's part of the design issue with this machine that I've got. But I love this machine because it's 16 gigs of RAM, and it's a good machine. And they're not expensive. It's the Z70 Lenovo. They're not expensive, but they give you incredible hardware. And if you're ever looking for a machine, you want to find, if you can find those, they're really good. Like I've got my machines I've been using since 2015. To give you an idea. I've not done anything to it. My one keyboard got a bit packed up, but keyboards only last so long, I can be a heavy typer. So everything else is working, the hardware. To have a computer last that long these days is incredible, I think. Considering that I never turn it off. It's on 24/7. It never gets turned off. So it's a bit of a workhorse. And it's got a terabyte hard drive, so it's pretty much always got a full hard drive. Anyway, thank you guys. Thank you. It's been amazing hanging with you all. I hope you've enjoyed the show, the discussion. I can't call it a show. It's more of a discussion because we didn't really do anything. We just talking. And it was
we were
lovely.
performing songs.
And yeah, so there it is at Bush Whisperer Zone. Just go. There's a group. You can keep the conversation going in Telegram as well. Telegram's quite nice because it's not so, what's the word? They don't sell you information like Facebook and WhatsApp and all that other evil stuff. But I think definitely it's time to start branching out and also creating more of the, hidden zones for people to have absolute conversations. But there, I've never had a problem. I've never had any issues. I don't have bots in the group, so that makes it pretty cool. I've refused any bots because the moment you got bots, then they start censoring what people say and stuff. Sending you all so much love, blessings, peace, honor, respect. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. K. Thank you, Soraya. Thank you, Indy. Thank you, Aaron. He's not here. I think he's packed to go and do his thing. It's been lovely. Blessings to you all. Have an absolutely fabulous day. And Discord, yeah, Discord's probably a good place to start a channel.
Many thanks to you, Franklin.
Thank you all. Thank you too.
You are.
And love, peace, honor, respect. Don't forget to smile. Life's just too damn short if you don't. Om Shanti.